Clarktown field. I wanted to be changed. So it's just a desire to see that we're in the future. I mean, we're in the present and what the future is going to bring. And we were, at that time, nothing changed. So when I came, we had to build a road. We used to pass through Clarktown to pass through Samanima to reach the Freeport. Now you don't need to go around. All you do, everywhere you pass, you read in Banave, Ganave. When we were living there, we used to pass through the water at Samanima to reach all the places. But the moment you pass the community in Banave, so that was my plan, you know, and I asked my friends as well to fix these things, and I wanted to fix more. But again, life, you never know what happens. You know, now we're not in power again. We hope that the present government will follow suit to do the things that need to be done, because in our community you get a lot of young people. The young people are adult, they can't go nowhere to recreate. And we need most of these things. We go to America, everybody that comes to Liberia from the United States, every Saturday we go to park. Why there's no park in Liberia? So the reason why there's no park in Liberia, people take plane from here and run to Ghana to go to park. They're not even better than our park. But now we build it here. We don't need to go to Ghana no more. We don't need to, if you go to Ghana, you're there, you can use it. But do not go to Ghana because you say no park, nowhere to go. So we have our own here. So if you can't go to Ghana, you can't get on plane. You can walk from Liverpool Town to the plane. If you get strength, you have to call it. But that thing is an honor for me. It's a young generation who get here and they needed to get out. There's a lot of talent here. No one knew Liberia had talent until I went to Europe. I dominated Europe, and then they start scouting Liberian players. So, Liberian basketball player, if Nigerian can play in the NBA, then Liberia also can play, because we are they say stepchild of America. How can the talent with the Murray Walker, all the guys that will play in the country, nobody wants to NBA. But children that are even closer to America from Nigeria want to NBA. How? So it's the time now. Maybe the generation will do it. So we need to give them the facility so they can train, they can be inspired to go to America to play. We want to hear John Brown, just how we hear Josh Weir in soccer. We want to hear Gracie G. We want to hear We Are There. We want to hear Wule D. We want to hear Masino D. We want to hear Tyler D. All of them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is it. But Carrasco, if I continue to explain, I will be emotional. Why we never had, that why we're giving our children, and we are very proud. It's an honor. It's an honor.
Thank you. That is.
I hope that the coach, they will take care of this, and that won't frustrate us. When you build this ground, and when you see people spoiling there, you get frustrated. Pinsway. You saw Pinsway right to the town hall. Every day children playing on rag, children come, please give me money, let me go hospital, I call on Pinsway fee. We decide to face it, we fix it, decide to root them out. Now that will frustrate it. The community should not be doing that. You know, if you don't like the person that put it there, you don't have to support it. You can use it. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that you put the grant, but use this. It's very important for you. And coach, we want to see the best basketball player in the league coming from here. You know what I'm saying? The Ballon d'Or came from Gibraltar. Remember, the Ballon d'Or came from Gibraltar. Ballon d'Or the world came from Gibraltar. So if a Ballon d'Or come from Gibraltar, trust me, the best basketball player can come from PhD.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
For people to start looking at. This old man sat down for 6 years. Joe Boca made a lot of promises during his campaign, and that pastor was not there. He came out and said he will create more jobs. He came out and said he will fight Kush. He said they should give him the power to deliver. But the year is coming to an end, and Joe Boca is unable to deliver nothing for the Liberian people. So what did he do? He brought in a pastor to come and bamboozle the mind of the Liberian people by bringing in a prosperity gospel pastor who will give the people hope that there will be financial wealth, there will be financial prosperity. But he's wrong. Joe Boca has failed. He failed to deliver. And the only option he has is to bring a pastor to come and pray for the people. To come and pray for the people. So, Boka has not been able to deliver nothing for the entire year. What do you think the pastor will do? Because he knows the Liberian people are weak when it comes to Christianity. And Christianity, they will use it against them. So that's what he did. He brought the pastor in to show to the Liberian people that, oh, I'm bringing the guy in, he will come and pray for us. But Joe Boka is deceiving the people because he has failed. He has failed. There are pastors in Liberia. So why Joe Boka cannot bring a Liberian pastor to pray? Because many of the Liberian pastors are not into gospel prosperity preaching. The Nigerians are known for gospel prosperity preaching. That is why he decided to bring that guy in. The man is a failure. Joe Boka is a failure. There is nothing that Joe Boka has promised. There is nothing that Joe Boka has said that he has delivered upon. Even his national development agenda that's supposed to drive the arrest. He is yet to even complete the draft copy of that. Am I lying here again? If new finance minister came out and said, we will draft the national development agenda, but now it should have been up for people to start looking at. This old man sat down for 6 years for Jesus Christ's sake, and he was not able to read one page of his national development agenda. Nothing. Nothing. He is a very incompetent old man that only got elected because people see his age. But his age means nothing. His age only telling you that he only existing among us as one of the oldest person. But there's nothing in his brain. Absolutely nothing. The old man is president today, and our country IQ has gone below standard. Everything that Joe Boka touches, it dies. LPMC is not existing today. The Liberal Agriculture Cooperative Development Bank is not existing today. The YNCA he served on is not existing today. LPRC nearly died, but Amos Sawyer had to fire him. That's the kind of man you're dealing with there today. In the midst of this year, he's unable to deliver the promises he made. He had to come back and even begging the military. The weird men that he used to overlook. We are not dead. We are not that. We are meeting the payment structure. They came in and started to just get rid of people here and there. He had traveled to all the other workshops. There are other countries that are striking deal. Cote d'Ivoire is building a super high train or railroad system. All these people that want to need different workshops in America here. You've seen the result now in the different African countries. They are signing documentations. But Liberia is yet to receive one thank you letter for showing up. Because they know the pape they call Joe Boka, he work for them. He work for them. The people made a super mistake. Never see an old man and think that he knows it all. He knows nothing. Very incompetent old man. The thing is going into the 3rd week now. And the Boka man just sitting down over there. I mean, what wrong with the old man, man? What wrong with the old man? People that voted for the old man, were they in their right mind? This old man is very incompetent. Joseph Boka, throughout his life, never got to any position by means of election. Joseph Boka had been in all the different roles people brag about him by appointment. And nothing productive he did in no appointment roles. So he had no idea about leadership. Because he did not succeed in a role. He failed. He became a failure. So as far as Joseph Boka recognizing any activity that has a higher risk of creating a stall in a process, Mr. Boka does not understand these things. because he never served in any leadership role. Minister of Agriculture, he failed. He had no proven record, no trial record. Nobody can relate to Joe Boyka's record. Nobody. He failed. Resident Managing Director, nobody know his story. He failed. Even before Ellen called him to be vice president, he was over the YMCA. He failed. Yeah, my brother, I see the video here. I see the video here. He failed. All right? He failed. So there's nothing the old man can do. Y'all see Joe Boyka failure. It's right before your eyes right now. Before he used to talk, you used to see him from a far distance. But Joe Boyka is right before your face now. That old man got no idea about leading. I'm sorry that some of you guys will feel that, oh, you're not respecting. No, I'm not insulting the old man here. I'm just telling you about the old man incapability. All right? Lack of capability, lack of experience, lack of quality. He has nothing that lead to leadership. I know some of you guys will respect the old man just by looking at his old age. But we have to first separate Joe Boyka's age from his leadership. His age, we respect his age. But as far as being a leader of the country called Liberia or any country, this old man has no skills, nothing whatsoever. I'm not lying to you guys. Can you imagine the mental office since January, man? Not a single report has come out from Joe Boyka. Not a single report. So say, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, Joe Boyka, National Development Plan. That you myself can look into and say, yes, the public can see you now talking about this. Nothing has been given to Joe Boyka. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. The year is coming to an end. The old man has nothing to show. Una his age. It was a mistake. Let Joe Boyka come on and tell us, look, guys, I failed you guys for the year. Will he ever admit to that? Nothing. You are looking at a defeated and incompetent old man. The old man taking almost 365 days. I mean, this year's a leap year. 366 days to figure out what he really want to do. But this is the old man who sat down for 6 years and did nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now he president, he got no clue. He doesn't even know where to start. But he had wasted a lot of money though. He came to Dallas, he came to attend some kind of investment workshop. We are yet to see anything in Liberia. Nothing. So then why he came here? Why did he come here for? And not too long after he returned, he went to South Korea. What did he do? Nothing. Jabba holding a holiday, taping a holiday. Who the hell care about Joe Boyka taping a holiday? Joseph Boyka is a disability president. A disability president is a condition that shows that a leader. Listen to this other episode of Stanton embarrassing us again.
The hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
The chief motivation.
What happened? That's my question. That's my question I have today. What happened? Yes. What happened to our grandfather money that Stanton collected? What happened to it? Number one, three question. What happened to our grandfather hospital case? The operator on our grandfather, they messed up. That's one case. Number two, what happened to our grandfather nursing home case? They didn't take care of our grandfather good, and Something happened at that nursing home. The Papi had sore all his body. The Papi's situation was worse. Something happened at that nursing home. That was a nursing home case. What happened to that case? Also, what happened to our grandfather life insurance? We're not talking about Stanton made stories. We're talking about true story. What that true story? What we want facts. We don't want no story that Stanton made up. We want to know what happened with these cases. With these cases. Matter of fact, 2 cases and 1 life insurance, I call it life insurance case. What happened to that? We need answer. You brought small money in Upper Darby. These things were hiding from some of us until it was revealed that all your money you get, all that money that Stanton get, that from the Papi, if the Papi wasn't going to have that situation he had, and if the Papi wasn't going to die, Stanton wouldn't have been buying houses and all this thing. But right, Stanton owed all his brother, his oldest brother and his oldest sister. He owed them. Bring all that document. Disclose it so we can believe you. Bring it all. And bring the actual number, the check that they released. Bring that check. The fact check. Not no or Stanton story check. We want a real check. Bring a real check document. The real check document. With all this things, you close everybody up. All your...
But the big story on Action News tonight is the local connection to what federal investigators call a massive scheme to sell fake nursing degrees. We learned today that 2 Burlington County residents are among 25 people charged with operating the nationwide ring. Now, according to investigators, the group peddled more than 7,000 bogus degrees and nursing certificates to the tune of more than $100 million. Action News reporter John Paul joining us live in Camden tonight. And John, the feds say some of these fake nurses put real patients in danger.
Yeah, and that is the real concern tonight, Brian, that they may not have the background to actually treat people in a hospital-type setting. You know, I've confirmed tonight that Delaware actually annulled the licenses of 26 nurses already. And the feds tonight, they're charging people across the country, including 2 in South Jersey.
All of us feel this is egregious.
Strong words from the executive director of Delaware's Board of Nursing after learning of a massive scheme out of Florida to sell fake nursing degrees. And tonight, we've confirmed 26 nurses in Delaware had their licenses annulled in connection to the fake degrees.
These people who went to these Florida schools did not complete the curriculum, the education, and the clinical training that is required of all nurses to be eligible to sit to take their licensure exam and to be licensed as a nurse.
She says there are no reports of patients being harmed, but tonight 25 people across the country face charges for their involvement in the scheme that brought in more than $100 million, including Stanton Witherspoon and Alfred Sellew of Burlington County, New Jersey. He's home? Okay. Can we talk to him? We tracked down Witherspoon at his home in Burlington today, but family members said he couldn't talk. Over the phone, he told me he had to check in with his lawyer. Wednesday night, the Department of Justice released findings of what was dubbed Operation Nightingale.
When we talk about a nurse's education and credentials, shortcut is not a word we want to use.
Now the FBI is working to notify state nursing boards to ensure that unqualified nurses are not working in healthcare.
You're playing with people's health. How dare you play with someone else like that?
It is important to note those nurses in Delaware, they have the right to appeal this decision. I also reached out to the nursing boards in Pennsylvania and in New Jersey. Still waiting to hear back from them. Live in Camden, John Paul, Channel 6, Action News. Brian?
It also tarnishes the reputation of nurses who actually did the hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
Listen to this other episode of Stanton embarrassing us again.
The hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing.
For him, his families, and few cronies of his. We have lost this election. You left the party. Good morning. You know, while browsing through newspapers, I came across the front page Africa. President Weah laments insincerity in CDC, leading to party's defeat. You know, maybe. Let me tell this Weah man something. We have lost this election. We have lost this election to a statesman. We can only hope that President Boakai will not repeat the tragic mistake that we all made. And I'm vindicated because, and this is why I never participated in 2023 election, because I never had confidence in Weah. And let me state this for the record. Weah used all of us. Weah used all of us 2017 for one major purpose: to replenish his lost assets. The enthusiasm that has characterized the CDC during 2005, 2011, and 2017 election plummeted when Weah's only desire was to amass wealth for him, his families, and few cronies of his. We have lost this election. You left the party's memo in pawn. You left the Executive Committee of the Congress for Democratic Change and its coalition member of the MPP in pawn. You really think we don't know what you did? But we allow it to go because technically you did the right thing for the country to leave the stage of this presidency. Honestly, in my opinion, you are the worst president this country ever had. And I will repeat it, you are the worst president this country ever had. You rule on the blood and sweat of sedition for your selfish reason. And then you hear stating that there were insincerity on the part of the party's leadership. You brave to even utter that word. On the eve of a runoff, you had a very strategic meeting with Brownie Samoka in your Folklekon church. You think we don't know what happened? You never gave power because you wanted to give power or concede defeat. 2 reasons. You never even had the ambition to become president again. You were fooling the seditions because your greatest fear was the party. You feared that the party will run after you. That's why you pretended like you wanted to run in these elections. You left our young brothers and sisters in pawn, knowing very well the implication of a defeat. Hundreds of our members will be jobless because of their participation in identifying with you. You left them in pawn. Not every one of our partisans will have the ability and skills that we have to survive in the private sector. You left them in pawn. Who does that? 20,000 marginal vote without even allowing NEC to complete their process of counting. You conceded. Thank God you conceded, because Liberia would have sunk into an abyss had you won. People voted because of the love for the party. Not because of you, You are a tragic failure. And then you blaming the party's leadership for being insincere. Who is more insincere in this political game? Who amass untold wealth unto themselves and their families? Who? Which one of the party's executive committee members amass wealth? Which one of them? Then you talk about insincerity. I have chosen to not bother you because I don't see your existence as relevant. But don't push us to the wall. Because if you think the opposition is your problem, CDC will be your problem. CDC will be your problem. CDC will be your problem. Don't disrespect people of the party as being insincere. Who are you? You put a criminal sanction candidate in the race at the disagreement of the party. Huh? You think the party is a vehicle where few of you chose to ride to untold wealth? Huh? But your day will come. As a matter of fact, don't worry about yourself. The people say president got immunity. But I know your weakness. You can't keep money. In 2 years, you will get broke again. And then you will come act like the party is your private ownership. That's where the fight will start from. You will never ever run on this party ticket again, Quote me. You will never be the standard bearer of the CDC. You are a phony. You rob the interest of the masses for personal aggrandizement. And then you come here and brave to utter words like insincerity. Insincerity. Look, I'm a professor, so I remain quiet. These entire elections, people were asking me, oh, why are you not visible? Do I look? I made a very great mistake by running your campaign 2017. Do I look like I will continue to be stupid to make a weird president in this country again? So foreign national can flag our diplomatic passport? Transnational criminals will be holding our diplomatic passport? Don't infuriate us. Don't infuriate us. We accept the defeat as a party. We will consolidate. We will look at the error, and you are one of the errors. We'll look at the error and rebrand the party. You're talking about you will not sacrifice the country. What are you trying to insinuate? That members of the party wanted to plunge this country into chaos? Are you all of your thinking? Huh? You are an ingrate. You are an ingrate. You are an ingrate. You pawn the partisans of this country, of the party. You pawn them. You pawn them. And don't even think you will use the party against the incoming government. It will never happen. We will have a smooth 6 years. Unless they too decide to do things like you, then we have to checkmate them. If Ambassador Bokar governs well, the party will appreciate, because as we created the ambience for transfer of power under a conducive atmosphere, so will 2029 be. We're not going to generate chaos here because few people think they are smarter than the other. And worst of all, the person who didn't even know anything want to pretend to be smart. How possible is that? Then you come and want to insult members of the party that they are being insincere after amassing untold wealth. All of your family affiliates are all multi-millionaires. People who are not even Liberians. People who are not even Liberians are multi-millionaires from our country's resources, while our people remain impoverished. While our partisans, there is no glimpse of hope. The change you brought was change to transform Jamaica. And your in-laws, who were all tragically broke but are today multi-millionaires. Live in peace. Live in peace. We will rebrand the party. We will rebrand the party, but I can assure you, never again in the party's history that a George Weah will run on the party's ticket. It will never happen. You better start finding car where some of us will be killed and put in with some grenade get it. Say we're having sex on Broad Street. You better start up that plan. You are a wicked man. You are a wicked man. No, you really get me infuriated this morning. You are a wicked man. We are. You only think about your few cronies who stole for you, but their day will come in court. They will answer for the improprieties they committed against the state. They will answer for it. And this is why we at the level of the party will be very, very generous to embrace audit. Only that the audit will not be partial. All of those who gang rape this economy and the state, they all must face the full weight of the law. That is the only way true peace and reconciliation will prevail in this land. You come and talk about party being insincere. I don't blame you. I blame the likes of myself, who should have known better than to run a 2017 campaign for you. See what you have done to this country. Or because we remember the party, we don't want to talk all. See what you have done to this country. But we'll rebrand the CDC. We'll reconsolidate the party's executive committee. That leadership will remain. We will give the full support of the current leadership. You will never utter. Look, if we even have a meal, we'll remove your name from any document that has to do with the party. You are a sellout. You sold the partisans because you could not govern this country another 6 years. You put all those young men in pawn. But we allow you to go because we wanted our peace. Then you want to claim victory as if you brought the peace. You the vehicle that delivered this country from chaos. See your trouble. That 2029 come. You will see who the real banana in this country. You think that nonsense you did right or the sweat of our party saying it will happen again? You brought in a criminal to run in Magibi. The criminal refused to bring back the people who he struck. Then you say the partisans were not. First of all, that criminal was a member of the party, not 2011 day, and that faggot king, that funny man. That shouldn't make people talk something they shouldn't talk here, man. Yeah, don't infuriate us, man. Don't infuriate. Don't play on the intelligence of we the seditions. No. Bokar won his election. Let him enjoy his presidency. Don't agonize us that when we begin our trouble year, it will spill out into the governance of Ambassador Bokar. Don't do that. Let the man govern his country. Let him do the right thing. Far from us. And 2029, we'll prepare ourselves. We'll go back into the political battle. The people will give us their mandate, or they will retain the current mandate. Whatever the case is, Liberia wins. But no more CDC will be used as a vehicle to drive egotistic people to wealth accumulation. No more. Sit there, you are suffering. You came on a party ticket as if you are a patriot. You amassed untold wealth. Wealth that you never saw in your lifetime. At the expense of our impoverished partisan and country. You brought in foreigners, Jamaicans, who have zero bank balances. They are multi-millionaires from the resources of this country. Then you talk about dishonesty and insincerity. Who you think you are? I don't blame you. You brought a funny girls there all over the place, thinking that they could secure victory for you. Those common commercial agents on Lebanese people swimming pool, that the people that you call mobilizers to bring in the votes. You think our parties are stupid? You never ran in this election with the hope of winning. Why did you form a campaign team that you never even give credence to the party structure? Why? Or because we don't want to talk, we want to let go of everything? You are a ruling party. Look at the campaign time. Even when we were in opposition, our party's headquarters were even more lively than now. Because you undermine the support to the partisans, and they fought because they wanted to restore the image of the party, not you. You're the one can give people pressure, you know. But I will leave it there. Let the transition pass. Transition pass, and you will know the trouble yet. We ask, let the transition finish, then you will see. Nonsense.
To be changed. Clacton fee, I wanted to be changed. So it's just a desire to see that we're in the future. I mean, we're in the present and what the future is going to bring. And we were, at that time, nothing changed. So when I came, we had to build a road. We used to pass through Clacton, to pass through Samanima to reach the Freeport. Now you don't need to go around. All you do, everywhere you pass, you read in Banave, Ganave. When we were living there, we used to pass through the water at Samanima to reach all the places. But the moment you pass the community in Banave, so that was my plan, you know, and I asked my friends to fix these things, and I wanted to fix more. But again, life, you never know what happens. You know, now we're not in power again. We hope that the present government will follow suit to do the things that need to be done, because in our community you get a lot of young people. The young people are adult, they can't go nowhere to recreate. And we need most of these things. You go to America, everybody that comes to Liberia from the United States, every Saturday we go to park. Why there's no park in Liberia? So the reason why there's no park in Liberia, people take plane from here and run to Ghana to go to park. They're not even better than our park. But now we build it here. We don't need to go to Ghana no more. We don't need to. If you go to Ghana, you're there, you can use it. But do not go to Ghana because you say no park, nowhere to go. So we have our own here. So if you can't go to Ghana, you can't get on plane. You can walk from Liverpool to the place. If you get strength, you have to call it. But that thing is an honor for me. It's a young generation who get here, and they needed to get out. There's a lot of talent here. No one knew Liberia had talent until I went to Europe. I dominated Europe, and then they start scouting Liberian players. So, Liberian basketball player, if Nigerian can play in the NBA, then Liberia also can play, because we are the stepchild of America. How can the talent with the Morale Walker, all the guys that will play in the country, nobody went to NBA. But children that are even closer to America from Nigeria went to NBA. How? So it's the time now. Maybe the generation will do it. So we need to give them the facility so they can train, they can be inspired to go to America to play. We want to hear John Brown, just how we hear Josh Weir in soccer. We want to hear Wese G. We want to hear We Are There. We want to hear Wule D. We want to hear Masino D. We want to hear Tyler D. All of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is it. But Carrasco, if I continue to explain, I will be emotional. Why we never had, that what we're giving our children, and we are very proud. It's an honor. It's
Thank you.
an honor.
Thank you. That is.
I hope that the coach, they will take care of this. And that what frustrates us. When you build this ground, and when you see people spoiling there, you get frustrated. Pinsville, you saw Pinsville right to the town hall. Every day children playing on rag, children come, please give me money, let me go to hospital, I call on Pinsville fee. We decide to face it, we fix it, decide to root them out. Now that was frustrating. The community should not be doing that. You know, if you don't like the person that put it there, you don't have to support it. You can use it. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that you put the grant, but use this. It's very important for you. And coach, we want to see the best basketball player in the league coming from here. You know what I'm saying? The Ballon d'Or came from Gibraltar. Remember, the Ballon d'Or came from Gibraltar. Ballon d'Or the world came from Gibraltar. So if a Ballon d'Or come from Gibraltar, show me the best basketball player come from PhD.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
To remain corrupt and steal money, that I beg the money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God. We want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal.
Some answers to what has happened in the nation.
All right.
At this point in time, I think it's only fair for us to brief as to how far we are.
Okay.
If you all could recall,
Yep.
over the last few press conferences or briefings that we've had,
Yep.
I've been very, very clear on my words. I've minced my words as far as calling the situation at the Capitol an arson, and told you all that we're still investigating and we're looking at, even though there were elements pointing towards that, but we could not with all definitive say.
All right, so let me stop this here, guys. Let me stop this here and try to pick your brain here, right? Okay. So, I mean, this is Liberia, right? So this is your country here. This is our country. Let me just try to show you guys a quick video here before. Let me just show you guys a screenshot video here before I start to explain to you, all right? So let's come to the other video right here, all right? Let's come to the other video right here so I can show it to you guys here. All right, so let me try to show you. I used to get up in the morning. I used to be on Hot FM. And when I sing Hot FM, that I announced my support for George Weah. Spoon TV, they support the opposition. Their strategy here is we should get most of the radio station and begin to broadcast. And secondly, we start to bring all the government officials to us so they can come and start to tell their story. And then we'll be asking them questions. How many of you guys listen to Jefferson Koji today? One of the reverend got and said, Minister Toy said, the president will be a dictator. That's a message to sending. Maybe you don't understand. There was nowhere, no time that Samuel Toy ever went over there or ever said the president should be a dictator. But they brought it back to make that out of an issue. Jefferson Koji came today and spoke about the Justino Gay story. Next thing you know, the other medical Ube went up there and started to add a part of story to it. They got a lot of listeners today. They feel that the online participants are not their target. Spoon TV strategy is to get involved with the local radio station in Liberia and start to broadcast so that the people on the ground who can vote will start to hear what they have to say. They're going to get Moswaro County. They're going to go to Grand Bassa County. They're going to go to Cape Ma. They're going to go to Banga. They're going to go to Yikipa. Then they start going to Southeast. By the time you make up your mind, it will be too late. Hiya. One day I will say, Randy, you were right. And that day I will just cut off from Facebook and I will be gone. I will be gone. But I will prove it to you. If we're not careful, no God will sweep underneath us that when the time comes, it will be too late. It will be too late. You see, the sad thing about it, Jefferson Koji will get up and go and sit on Spoon TV and have interview. But those are all who come here every day and talk about the government. They don't care to come here and even say, hello, my man, thank you so much. That is the difference between the white man leadership and the typical African man leadership. I'm speaking my mind tonight. Yes, I am. And you can feel any way you want to feel. But these boys from the opposition, their goal is to make we are one-term president, and they're working towards it. Trust me, they are doing everything. Spoon TV, it will take charge of all the communication aspect. Don't they have Kiss FM in Liberia? Why Kiss FM cannot link with us? All right? Let me see what somebody say here. Who cares for your feelings? Okay. So, this one will be black now. All right? Yeah, the other man, who cares for your feelings? When you're making sense, who cares for your feelings? So that one is black, he's gone. We don't like to hear the truth. We don't like to hear the truth, folks. We don't like to hear the truth. Whether he belonged to Jefferson Koji, I don't know. The same thing when the rebel war was coming in Liberia, people are taking it for fun. See, there's one thing about we Liberian people. The illiteracy rate will continue to kill us. And that's why the Congo men will all be better than us in Liberia. Trust me. Yes, the Congo men will all be better than us in Liberia. Honestly speaking. Because they are together. They are together. Somebody come here and say something, oh, who cares about your feeling? Oh, no, now nobody cares for my feelings, right? Because I tell you, you got the truth now, so nobody cares for my feelings, right? See how deceptive we are? You're telling them the truth. They don't want to listen. Then when something happens tomorrow, then they're ready to blame other people. Instead of saying, my man, the thing you're talking, let me try to understand you a little bit. But, oh no, who cares for your feeling? It's not my feeling, my friend. It is not my goddamn feeling. It's not my goddamn feeling. It is the feeling of the innocent people I'm trying to tell you. Because you are so limited that you don't even understand what I'm saying. But you guys are the one that will see the things happening before you believe it. That's how you guys are. These people are planning, they are planning, they are planning. There's nothing about my feelings. It's nothing about my feeling. It's about how the country is going to be taken out of something in time to come. These people are planning. You got Jefferson Koji going on Spoon TV. But they will not come on other citizen show to say thank you. What are they trying to prove? Oh, that when you are opposition, then they come to you. So if I become an opposition tomorrow, will they come on my show? Is that what it is? See, that's why Fox News and the white people are very smarter than the black people. All the Republicans will go on Fox News to promote the agenda and will make them strong. But you get our public officials. That's why I give Minister Toy credit. Yes, I give Minister Toy credit. Minister Toy is a true leader. He believes in what support the government agenda, but not the other people. And I'm not going to give them any credence here. No, I'm not going to give them any credence. The only way I will give you credence is when you support your own. There's nothing wrong with you going on the other side, but you should support your own first. Just how you care for your children first before you care for other people's children. That's how it should be here. That's how it should be. And that's the truth. That is the truth. Take it or leave it. That is the truth. You cannot leave those who are promoting the agenda and going to sit on other channel and be talking and leaving out the other people who promoting your interests. That is absolutely wrong. So Spoon TV, the strategy they're working on right now is Spoon TV continue like that. They will surprise us because by 2022, they will have merged most of the local radio stations and it will become powerful. And the Kiss FM that just sitting over there, nobody supporting them to expand, they will be playing a catch-up game. And then their third strategy is blending in with the youth. You see, if you are going against an enemy, that you cannot defeat directly, you know what you're going to do? You're going to befriend that enemy as your first move. And then while you're with them, you're going to recruit most of them. And then begin to support things that will create their emotions. That's what they call controlling the dynamics. The COP is coming from across the street. They're coming into the CDC youth wing and creating another COP. Tell me, what is the purpose of doing that? What is the purpose of doing that? Can the AFL or Liberia come and join the U.S. Army and say, we're bringing the AFL into the U.S. Army? Every organization got their own culture. Every organization got their own culture. These guys, when they come, we should be able to teach them our value, our political value. If we want to have a youth wing, we got our youth wing. We shouldn't go and copy something and say this is our own. You can't do that. You can't do that. And that's where I stand for my principle. I can't do that. The same way they put when I copy the Constitution back then and took it to Liberia, and they could not even fix the Constitution of our country, all messed up today. How can an opposition group, COP, come within the CDC youth and create another COP? What's the purpose of doing that? We don't have brain? That somebody should come and create a COP? What is the purpose of creating a COP, by the way? What are they going to do? So when the COP, director and the COP throwing stone, then our COP should go and throw stone? Is that why it is now? Is that why it is? I don't care, you watch me, I don't give a damn. Honestly, I don't give a damn. But I have to tell you guys the truth. I have to tell you guys the truth. These guys are setting you up. All right? These guys are setting you up. All right? They are setting you guys up. They say the way to keep your opponent motivated is to align with their interest. Yeah? The way to keep your opponent that you already enter into is to align with their interest and determine their cause and promote it. Young citizens in the party who looking for leadership, few handful of people come down, oh, let's create a COP. Oh, yes, that's true. And it catch their interest. Yeah, we are the young CDC COP. And then the guy say, bravo, our plan are working. How we making progress? We're pushing for protests. It's making progress. We just had our speech. We're going to make sure the election is delayed. We're going to push for that. We don't know whether it's going to be successful or not. We're going to push for that. We're going to make sure the healthcare workers continue to protest. We got Spoon TV. Then I capture, how do you call it, Hot FM. They are capture Fabric. So we got voice on the ground now. We bring the official them, question them toughly, and then they will start to pull towards us. They will start to pull towards us, and then we'll start getting more. You see, Henry Costa is getting very unpopular now because he doesn't have a radio station on the ground. So the opposition now is going through Spoon TV to start capturing their voice. Again, you will say, who cares about your feeling? Only the American people care for my feelings. Because they know that I can see things from far off and begin to tell them. And they will listen. Not because of my color, but what I'm saying that makes sense to their ears. Henry Costa is going to a year now. Doesn't have a radio station on the ground. Spoon TV, a newer guy, he know his online broadcast is not working for him. So he's now merging with Fabric. He's now merging with Hot FM. And he's going to spread his wings. And who you think he targeting? Politically, politics deal with numbers. Numbers come by you influencing people. And influencing come by you bringing people on and humiliating them. And then the people get a win. It will come a time, Spoon TV will be the leading radio station on the ground and online because they are well coordinated. See, the opposition, they communicate with each other. They're communicating with each other. So their plan is just going in. Going in. How sure are you guys that their plan B, their plan C, where you see the COP is forming, young people that came from the COP, join today. Next thing you know, boom, they're coming up with COP in CDC. Do you have that analytical mind? Did you do high-level thinking? You know, you guys don't do that. Especially the guy high, yeah, black guy. He don't have that kind of mind. He doesn't have that kind of mind to think. This is a mind that they pay good money for. This is not just a mind that just go and clean poo-poo. This is a mind they pay good money for. When people say, look at the math, look at the calculus, and add it. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys here. Corsair Boys is not popular in Monrovia and Liberia anymore because he doesn't have a radio station. So they're using Spoon TV now and going with a strategic plan, merging with radio stations and getting their voices on the ground. That is their strategy. And then the plan C, the youth wing that just came. There is a saying that says the best way to keep people motivated who are your opponent after you blend in with them is to align yourself with their values, things that they like. They know there will be some young guys in the party that want to be part of their version of the COP. And they will get in there. Those guys are thinking far ahead of us. Because we are not communicating. We are not communicating. So the guys are thinking. One day, y'all will say, Randy, you read, and I will be the day I will close my Facebook page and I will be done. And I will tell you, say, you know what, I'm a Liberian, but I don't think like Liberian. I'm one of the few that don't think like Liberians. These guys, look, I sit down and do critical analysis with mathematical equation, putting things here, taking it here, and taking it there. The first time I saw Smith Tolbert, you know what Smith Tolbert black mean? You ask Smith Tolbert today. And this is just an evidence of story. When Smith Tolbert used to broadcast on OKFM, it came a time and said Smith Tolbert was trying to get a job with the government. Smith Tolbert got out of his seat and went and blacked me. Today, where is Smith Tolbert today? Working for the government. Because I saw the math. I can see the thing and tell them. Yes, that is the gift that God gave me. Spoon TV, I have been telling you guys, Spoon TV is a opposition, but they are playing it very smart. They're playing it very smart. They know they need a population. And how can they draw the population to themselves? Is to bring the government official on their show and start to interview them. And then you see all the population will start listening to them now. And then it will become the bigger show now on the block. And then everybody will be going there. Then those are on the CDC side when we're talking, oh my man, I don't come on your show. Jefferson go on the other side. Then when they get the attention of the people now, that's when they will start to control the narrative. Do you think Jefferson Koji doing the right thing? Oh no, man, he's doing the right thing. But who is the man? The coming then will start coming now. But then it will be too late because they might already what? Systematically cover the entire geographic of major counties in our country. And that when they will say you got to do heavy lifting to catch up with these guys. That's why the people pay some of our good money in the country with our engineering brain. because we can see things and begin to do the matrix. Don't take my word for it, because you Liberians, you don't believe in people. That's why we are one of the lower class or species on or among countries in the world, because we don't trust our own. Yes, we don't trust our own. We don't trust our own. No. Look at the country. We don't trust our own. When a Liberian man comes here to tell you something, we don't trust our own. We ridicule each other. That's who we are. We don't trust our own. But you know what? I thank God that this video is now being recorded. You all saw my other video the other time, right? When I said, Joe, we are going to win, and Joe, we are going to do the right thing. This is another history that I'm making here. If you all continue to make this slight mistake, when the guidance start to surface among you, that's the time I will say goodbye to you. That's the time we say goodbye. Politics is about strategy. It's a political war, if you don't understand it. And it's about numbers. It's not like in America where they go by electoral college, certain number kind. Liberian politics is based on popular vote. Our people are very, very ignorant in terms of understanding things. And if we don't educate them, other people will buy into them. You guys know that Costa's voice is going down. So Costa is sitting there in the back now, because he's very unpopular to the many Liberians that don't believe that he's the right guy. So they brought in a strange guy. But the strange guy is learning from Costa's mistake, and they are systematically carrying out their plan. Carrying out their plan. Carrying out their plan. While you're there making that noise, oh, ready that foolish man, ready that this. It's the same thing when Noah was telling the people, God is about to turn the earth into a whole dam of water. People were there merrymaking. Oh, who cares? You're taking it for fun. You're taking it for fun. You don't know what's going on. You're taking it for fun. I'm not interested, right? Because number one, I don't cause people, man. I don't do. You see, all the negative people that on Facebook, in the government, they go on Spoon TV. Yeke Koluba, Costa. Then now you get the government official and go in there now. Chawasin you go in there now. By the time you go to all them start going there. Spoon TV will start. As soon as Spoon TV come on now, by the time you read 10 minutes, they go up to 2,000 and say, yes. We got the guys in now. We got them. The plan works. The plan works. And by the time they get any protest now in Liberia, Spoon TV will go and be showing the protests and be destroying the image of George Weah. And you see all the thousands of people watching. Then you have to come back now and go on Spoon TV again. Oh, you know, it doesn't work that way. They send Justin and Okan. Don't mind them. They are useless people. They are useless people. That is the game they're playing with you guys tonight. That's their game plan. But you will not believe it. Do you think I really sit with these books and behind me and I didn't crack my brain to think ahead of people? You know what Spoon TV, let me tell you what Spoon TV did to me. Spoon TV cannot allow me to make comment when there's show going on. That to how much they afraid. Whenever Spoon TV is live, they block me from making comment. I can only watch. Because they know Spoon TV is not stupid. The guy that run the show, they sit down and look at everybody on Facebook and they say, that guy, don't let him make comment here. Because he comment will stir things up. Because we know him. They don't yet, I mean, do you hear me insulting? No. But they know. They know what I'm capable of doing. Tara Dillon, the Costa page, now Spoon TV. Why do you think these guys are blocking me? Well, you don't see me insulting. But the very people who insulting people, mom, they can make comment there, right? You see the contradiction I'm trying to bring to your attention here? You guys are playing with a fire. If you ever watch any movie where, the example I give to people from our age group, if you watch Chinese Super Ninja, where the guy then took that girl in, she was serving them food, but she was drawing the entire facility. Drawing it. When the time came, she got it, she took that boy out and just sent it. They poked in and took over. By the time the men got ready, it was too late. The kingdom went down. The kingdom went down. You don't understand these things. Costa is not popular anymore. So they're using Spoon TV. You know what people buying more? I mean, look at Spoon TV coming up. They came all struggling out of being in opposition. And because they became opposition, they started bringing Akara's Grill. Akara's Grill was the first person that started promoting Spoon TV. He didn't like it own. You got freedom over there. Freedom should be able to go all over the 15 counties, asking people to be broadcasting in the vernaculars. How many people in the different part of our country can listen to what's going on in Moravia when it comes to rape? But Spoon TV guys, they will go beyond those areas. And they will steal the idea I'm telling you right now today. They will start to find people who can broadcast in the different vernaculars, Grable, Pele, and bring them on the show and start to discuss about what happened. They will control the narrative. Let me tell you now. Our government official, I'm not saying they shouldn't go on the show, but they should make it competitive. You got Fox News that support the Republican Party. You got MSNBC that support the Democratic Party. They can go on a show and they can come on the show and make it competitive. That way they put Obama. If you allow them to just be bringing you into the corner, then they're going to control the dynamics. There is something called transformation, or to transform your ideas is to keep your opponent close to you. The way you keep your opponent close to you is to motivate them so they can align with their personal interest on your show. If you do that, then you will be controlling their narrative. They don't come on our shows. They don't come on our show. For those of you that agree with me, you just keep the video. That's all I ask. Keep the video. That's all I ask. Because you will go back to the video years to come, you say, damn it, that guy was damn right. And by that time, you might not find me around. I may be completely gone. Because the damage will be done. And I can't come out to control the damage. You see, the reason why they have preventive health care is for you to not get a sickness so it can get late for you to live long. In Liberia, because we don't have preventive health care, we don't think about preventative measures in our country. No. Now, brother, guess worse than my man is sick. By the time the sickness hits you, your likely chance for you to survive is like 2 or 100% because it's too late. You don't go to the hospital on a regular basis because there's nothing that prevents health care. And we apply those same logic into what we do. We see things because we support somebody personally. Why somebody say, oh, we don't say. But then when the damage comes out, oh, yes. You're listening to the report today, asking Jefferson Koji that Samuel Toure said the president want to become a dictator. That man who calls himself pastor. His purpose over there is to reiterate things that will resonate with other people. The more population they get, especially on the ground, that's the most dangerous part. I will tell you now, I will confess. Those guys gaining popularity on the ground by broadcasting through a local radio station, they're going to defeat my teaching on here. Yes, they're going to defeat it. Because the more radio station they get into the people now. They get into the core of the people. If they were all on Facebook, I would say, you know what? People in Liberia that don't have data, they will not listen to these guys. But these guys know that not all Liberians can afford phone data to listen. But they can listen to the radio and hear people. That is the most dangerous part that will harm us if we're not playing well. There is still opportunity. We got Kiss FM. We got how they call it? We have Kiss FM. We can start to compete with them by opening other radio stations. Whether it's in River G, whether it's in Bukonjere, whether it's in Maryland, we can open other radio stations. You see why I used to make Costa powerful? Costa became powerful because Costa used to be broadcasting radio Kwage in Kagata, or radio this in Beaumont, radio this here. Costa was getting popular. But because he had a problem with his transmission, they shut him down. So now these guys are coming now. They're setting themselves, the picking people, Mr. Toure, Jefferson Koji, their target, and they want to be the icing on the cake. The day president will appear on that show. All other Facebook group that's supporting the president, case closed. There will be no more again. because they already got the icing on the cake. That's it. That's it. Their target is to get Joe Weir on that show. A Joe Weir appear on that station. Case closed. Case closed. They will get the highest turn up. And now when now they will start to draw the Liberian people attention, because there will be questions that will be asking Joe Weir to make them to remain on top. Many of you guys don't understand these things. And I don't blame you for these things, because number one, in America, you don't interact with people who got tons of ideas to teach you strategy. Number two, many of you guys don't go to the school where they teach you the ideas. So because you see a Liberian man sitting here looking at you now, all you see is the Liberian face, you hear the Liberian voice. Oh man, that's how we are. That's how we are. But I'm telling you real things here. All right? That is the trap. That is the trap. All right? That is the trap. Somebody say, yo, I for a broadcasting through opposition Joy FM. Thank you. Thank you. Now somebody is seeing something here. Thank you. They are strategically positioning themselves. That's what we call strategic planning. It is called population target. They are targeting population now. They are putting their foot down. Communists don't know what they're doing. They're distracting the executive leadership by putting in place number of protests. So the protests can generate attention. And when they get that attention, Spoon TV will be there to show it. And the way Spoon TV is building her popularity is by bringing in government officials to appear on their show, so that Liberians can start to like their show. And they're going to the local radio station. So when there is a protest, Spoon TV will be there, making their picture big on Facebook. Then the people of Liberia throughout the country will be hearing what's going on in the country. Then our government will start to lose popularity. If the people on your side, it's powerful. Do you know what Donald Trump always tweeting? Said Donald Trump being in office. You know why he always tweeting? Because he's getting the attention of the American people. Yes. He's getting the attention of American people because he is not underestimated. Because in America, most people have access to data. So Donald Trump said, I'm not waiting for the media. If I can tweet, everybody can. If Donald Trump tweet right now, I will get it. Because I subscribe to that. But in Liberia, because people don't have data, those guys are using the local radio station now. Everybody in the country got their own style radio station. They got some people favor Fabric. I used to broadcast through Fabric, through Radio LRB. I used to broadcast through Fabric. When President Givler was there, I broadcast through Fabric. I know exactly what I'm telling you because I've been there. Go and ask when that lady from Nigeria was the president or the CEO of Fabric. We used to broadcast through Fabric. When President used to have that late night show, all right? He was the godfather of late night show. I used to broadcast through them to Radio LRB. We used to be there. Then we turned around. Our president went to Hot FM. I was invited by Daniel Roger, and we're down there. So I know exactly what I'm telling you because I've been there and done that. That is excluding my own exclusive vision and mind to perceive things. But you're missing the mark. How much does it cost to open a radio station? I don't know. That's not my area of expertise, Nancy. That's my area of expertise. But the government on the ground, they got radio stations that support their ideology. Freedom FM is on the ground. Case FM is on the Case FM has been a station that supported the government agenda for a very long time. But how many people go to Case FM? How many people know about Case FM? Not many people. I know that Case or King, I think one of them. I know King or Case FM. How many Liberians know about the station? These guys are plenty ahead of us, let me tell you now. And for any reason, when they put a dent into our parade, it will be our own doing. Because our own people promoting them. Our own people promoting. All the government officials from the Republican establishment, they will always go to Fox News to tell their people how they're doing. Most citizens will listen to citizens. Liberians are selfish when they are in their position. I agree with you, Kamara. Yes. I agree with you. That just tell me that some of them don't get scared. Mr. Twerking went all around. Sat on different CDC shows and you saw how the tenor came. Do you think they were doing it all the time? Coming and having the argument and saying things And then when they go on the other side, and then the opposition want to say something negative for them, we say, no. We need people here. This is what they say. You guys are lying. Then it becomes competitive. It becomes competitive. Because what you saying over is not what the men say here. But they're not doing it. Our government official feel that buying the interest of the opposition is going to help them. But no. Let me tell you one thing. What the opposition doing to you guys is very deadly. All right? What they're doing to you guys is very deadly. They say the best way to manipulate your opponent emotion is to define the nature of your opponent relationship. And once you do that, you will use them by giving them the impression of things that they like. That's what they're doing to you guys. That's exactly what they're doing to you guys. So you sit there, and oh, the man, why ain't talking that they good? Those guys are playing the smart. Those boys tested power for 133 years. They're learning by the day. They're seeing things. The reason they blacking guys like me is because they know when I start to expose them, what took Smith to go to the Providence Island today on a video clip. Because they're seeing the kind of video I'm showing. But they don't want to come and say, you know what, let us come. And all we're asking for is for them to bring the information to us. Many times we also ask that we get airtime in Liberia, Saturday morning, Sunday in the evening. Now one radio station will come from Liberia and say, my man, we want to give you one weekend to come and broadcast and teach our people. All we're doing is just teaching few of you guys in America here. That is not an impact. The impact is on the ground by you influencing the people and giving them the sense of what has happened. Do you think all the video I'm showing, if that was being shown in Liberia, you know how many minds you'll be changing? You know how many perception you'll be changing when Alexander coming and talking and know exactly what the video you saw about that other man yesterday who left from here after working as some kind of taxpayer member want to go be president in Liberia. You think if the people of Liberia start to see the video, how you think they're going to consider the people? Education is not only in the classroom, folks. They got public education out there, street education, where you can teach people to be enlightened. But that's the challenge we have, folks. That's the challenge we have. I cannot help it. But when I tell you, God, what I think, I cannot help it. We have decided to license and re-license or permit and re-permit from year to year illiteracy. We're not willing to learn. We are not willing to learn. We are not willing to learn. We are not willing to move the goalposts to a better location. We're not willing to learn. That's us. We're not willing to learn. I mean, see how much we do on this Sunday here. Now, one person will come and say, my man here, let me see on the show here and say hi to you guys. I cannot connect. Okay, I can connect you with Send TV if you want. I mean, the opportunity is open to you guys. All right? The opportunity is open to you guys. Whatever you feel that would be the best thing to propagate the government agenda. That's what we want. The very video, you can send that video. Somebody can go and watch it. As long as the message is making sense to you, think about it being a bigger picture. The reason people build network, all the companies you see today, whether it's Chevron, GE, Apple, why you think they get connection all over the world? Because they feel that they will grow their profit by expanding their business. Politics, the more radio stations you get that broadcast locally in the country, the better position you will be in. The better position you will be in. Don't feel because you in power, you got a little thing around you. No. There are other people who planning to get rid of you. And they will do it in a very systemic way. Yes, they will do it in a very systemic way if they want to get rid of you. All right? When you are ready to take down an opponent, they will keep the pressure up on all sides. And that's exactly what Bernard Ewing is doing. Maybe you're not hearing it again. When your opponent is ready to take you down, they will keep the pressure on all sides. You see in the protests? You see in the COP trying to establish itself within the youth rank? They want to create pressure to go against the other people. That's why it is. That's why it is. We was going to open Sen TV USA, but I was relocating, so they told the owner in Liberia to put it on hold. Whatever works for you guys. Whatever works for you guys. But we got to make sure we do our best. Because two things will happen. Is if Spoon TV managed to control most of the radio stations to get their messages across, we'll have to do heavy lifting to catch up with them. And they will also increase the speed. They will put a turbo engine where they will increase the speed. So we'll be chasing them. And there's a possibility that they can win. You got to get the people's mind. Because one thing they know about the native man, they start giving all rice. They start giving all some little things. They win the people's minds. By the time you want to go convince them, it's too late. Because they'll ask you, what have you done? And that question alone will go to the poll. People's minds are not well measured in understanding the long risks that things may pose. So I just thought it wise to come and have the conversation here with you guys. That's why it is. Sometimes we got to have the in-house meeting. What strategy is going out there? What strategy is going out there? When you're in politics, it's a game that you play every day. Yes, because the opposition will create a trap for you by playing to your expectation and causing you to let your guard down while they are planning to hit against you. That's what they will do. That's exactly what they will do. So, don't take my word for it. I'm just telling you guys now. I'm just being honest with you guys. The only way we can start to gain momentum, the government officials need to recognize what we're doing. They need to appear on our show, tell us about their progress, tell us about their agenda, tell us what they're doing. That will motivate the people, because the people will go out there and say, yes, we watch this show, that support the government, and the minister then appear on the shows. All right? That I mean, somebody here can see a girl. Let me see what the person say. Let me see who the other person. Let me show you to you. All right? This guy right here. Yes, I saw the guy. You're right, Vivian. I saw this guy. You see the guy? The moment Jefferson Koji got off, that Spoon TV, this guy came and started to modify, add more mud to the comment that Jefferson Koji made about Justino Taylor. This guy, I don't regard the guy because the guy is a travelist, and you know, he's a travelist. I don't know how he joined the army in America. Maybe he was hiding that behavior. But he came and started to castigate, tarnish the young man reputation. Because that's exactly what Spoon TV is all about. Spoon TV will bring the government official and they will take something from there and spin it, and then the other people will run with it on their show. They will run with it on the show. Look how they are on their mission to do everything possible. And from what I'm seeing, looking at the map, looking at the prediction, they are doing extremely well. The president spoke about progress, yes. So the opposition communication arm, they are doing well. Because if they can pull our government official to go on their show to talk a lot, they're doing well. Many citizens, Prince Sharif, Gilmer, and others, the guy will talk from Monday to Saturday. Now one government official will come on the show and say thank you. Now one. So where the effort being? Because they are the one who move things. When they move, people move with them. So if they redirecting their energy to the opposition station, so that's where the energy will go. So why would you want to waste time and come on Facebook and be talking to you guys when you're not even getting the motivation? When you're not getting the motivation. All right? That same guy want to, yeah, he want to marry the woman. That's what he said. I mean, I hate personal affair. I don't really care for whether he want to marry the woman or not. But I'm just saying that Jefferson Kuji and other government officials continue to go on the show. They're going to open themselves to a lot of vulnerabilities that the guy will use against them. He will use it against them. Spoon TV is phishing. There's something in technology called phishing. So now you on your computer, you see the email that comes to you, tell it came from your boss or from your wife. By the time you click on it, they expose you, they tap into your computer. That's exactly what Spoon TV do. They are phishing. They are fishing for the government officials and bringing them on that show and asking them some questions to see whether it will slip up, and then they will keep the video. That's what they will do. Yes, that's exactly what they will do. Who's selling diplomatic passport? I need one. All right? Diplomatic passport, if you want to go anywhere, go get it. We're not selling passport here. Passport can be sold all over. Anyhow, let me see here. Speaking of diplomatic passport here. All right, let me see here. What's up, Hassan? What's up, Hassan? Let me see something here. At the G radio station there. If I can get an opportunity to broadcast from here to the G and tell the people exactly what the president is doing, that would make my day. Because the people got to get the truth. But these guys on the ground, I don't know, it's just something just wrong with them. And you know, I don't know whether
That is,
if you ask me honestly, I don't think they love the country. And I don't think they love the president agenda. That's my own opinion. I don't think they love the country. I don't think they love the country. They love the president agenda. Because if you love the president agenda, when you hear people promoting stuff, you will be quick to reach there and say, my man, how can I afford you the opportunity? But I just think they are giving the president lip service, but they're not really looking out for the president because their action, their behavior can tell you whether they buy into the president's idea. It is one thing to work for somebody and get your paycheck. It's another thing to subscribe to the person and result.
yes,
Two different things.
you're right. And you know, at that high level, you know, where like press, we have, he has certain level where that he's so busy, and he having lots of conversation with other world leaders and things of that nature. So he expects these guys around him to be doing the right thing. So whatever information they take to him verbally, he just takes it as, it's factual information, and these guys are doing the right thing, but probably they're really not doing the right thing.
Of course, and one thing they fail to realize, and they're trying to underestimate, you see, during the early era, when Liberians got on Facebook, there was nothing like Facebook Live. Only in the last year of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, it was when Facebook started getting popular within the Liberian community, but Ellen was already done with her term.
Yes.
But this administration is living in the preliminary stage of Facebook. And at the preliminary stage, there is a lot of technology that is being pumped in different ways. So if the government official believe in themselves that, oh, we got this thing covered, they got to think again, because technology is very, very powerful. And Spoon TV will use it to their advantage.
Yep. And I brought the same idea back then on the Classic D show. I took Classic D, I said, look, you see in America, you see the reason why Donald Trump is not losing ground. I said, because Donald Trump, he's very consistent. Okay, he keep touch with his voters, he keep touch with his base. Even as a president, he going out, still hosting rally. He's still hosting rally. He's still informing the people. The people, sometimes the people here, they will hear from the press secretary, but the person that they voted for, that's the person they want to hear from a lot too as well. And I said, that's the reason why Donald Trump is not losing any base of supporters. And I said, and I told myself, the CDC government need to have a platform where that constant conversations, information being put out at all times to keep the public informed. So when these guys come up with the
and another thing here too is, I mean, and to those who listen to us here, I love the conversation. If you want to participate, that's fine. Another weakness too, and the reason I'm having the conversation is because nobody out there want to reach to me. If the mountain not kind of Moses got to go out there and look for the mountain. So that's what I'm saying. Another thing they need to establish in the government is some form of think tank. Citizens are very smart people. They have a lot of smart citizens across the face of the planet. But it wouldn't take someone from home or someone who would be designated by the government to say, bring these people together. You see, when Bill Clinton was president, there's a guy used to call Paul Bagada. They got our own ABC News now. They call what's his name, man? The guy with the wild face here. I just forgot his name.
I don't watch TV, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just forgot his name. I watch the news. I keep myself informed. Trust me, I keep myself informed.
I don't watch TV.
I keep myself informed. I don't want to come across anything. Yes, it was back then when I was in school that when I know to watch TV. But nowadays, I keep myself informed, man. Information is very relevant in this DNA. I mean, the age we live in here. I just forgot his name. All right, but these guys, they were Bill Clinton war room guys. When one issue come out, the next morning, on across all the network, those guys will go from one place to another to debunk everything that will be said of Bill Clinton character or Bill Clinton policy. And they were all part of the policy team. So they were tapping into their knowledge. CDC need to have these things. But I don't know what you guys are afraid of. I don't know whether they think when they open up other people to jobs, we are going to take jobs from them. Some Liberians here don't want jobs. They just want to see this president succeeding. They got the idea, and to give it to these guys. But the ability to connect is one of the deficiencies they have, and this has nothing to do with criticism. If a criticism make you tougher, all right, criticism make you tougher. All the tablets you take, not all sweet. Some of it better to make your body better. So criticism is another way, but it depends on how you criticize. You should criticize with some passion, and that's what we're doing here. We want the government to succeed, but for the government to succeed, we need their support. We need their support. These guys you see on Fox News, CNN, when they come with the papers in their hands, they're not writing those things by themselves. They're getting these things from different areas of the government. Say, this is our policy, this is our plan, this is what we're doing. Go out and go tell the people. But for this government, it's a very, very challenging battle. Very, very challenging battle. The president get up in the morning, he got a very tight schedule. Yeah. When that president get out of the bed, when he get out of the bed, his whole itinerary from the time he hit the office to the sunset, he's exhausted, he's tired. Yes. So it's very difficult for him to watch some of these shows. But these guys who brief the president, who watch this show, they become tired when they're with the president. All they want the president to do is to take what they're giving the president.
That's it.
That's very bad.
That's it. Yeah.
That is very bad. And that is very, very bad. They should open up the president and say, Mr. President, here, I heard a guy saying something here. You want to listen to it? Yeah, just for 5 minutes. This part is very important. They're not doing those things. Then when the opposition get ready, then they want to come and play the role as information minister, defense minister. That is not your role. Your role is to disseminate the information to those that are out here so they can do the talking for you guys.
Yep.
They will always wait the time before they want to come and talk. That is the deficiency of some of the ministers in the government, ability to make the president better. The president hire you guys to have authority. That authority should be shown in how you connect to do things. Let me give you the last one.
Yeah, and right before I go. And I love the way how Summer 12 went on Spoon TV and really school these guys to the information. And some of these guys was trying, they were throwing tough questions at him. But you know what? He is so well informed about the issues and he know his job very well. That every question were being answered correctly. And I mean, you could see all of the opposition, and they was muted because it was like this guy. He was like a guru at what he does, and he was just giving out the information, and I was like, wow, why is that? If you guys was gonna do this from the beginning to now, you know, they were gonna make you guys' job easy. They were gonna make your job easy. The Jada Hasho job easy. The Prince Sherry job easy. The Class D job easy. What's the other lady name? All these other people.
This Rose.
Yeah, you know, all these other and plus all of the females that also be on Facebook Live, because there are a lot of information that he was giving out that nobody don't even know about, and those information was very key, and everyone on Spoon TV. I mean, like, you could just look at the faces. These guys was in a shock. They were shocked. There was a wow. We didn't even know that this kid or this guy he is well knowledgeable about the information. He knows what he's doing. He knows his job, and he's a smart guy. And I watched that entire show, and I was really pleased with what he did. And these are the kind of things that everybody should be doing, because if you know your job and you're well informed about the issue, you will not be scared. Okay, you will speak with confidence, and you know, and that's just what he did. So, you know, thanks for everything that he does, man. I will connect you with the guy. But you know,
we need to compete. We need to take the competition beyond Facebook. We can't keep living in cyberspace. Thank you so much.
Let me get at my girlfriend. Text me 20 times. I gotta go.
My man, let me let you go before I get into it. I'll go talk for 1 minute. I'll let you go. I'll let you go. I'm now a marital counselor. All right, let me see what says. They got, let me see here. Okay, so sis down say they got the president in a bubble. President Weah needs to give the first lady a different role to check on this guy. Yes, I mean, whatever way it takes, because the opposition, we need to outsmart in every way and shape and form. And you know, we can do all the talking on Facebook here, but if we don't engage the people on the ground, it's going to be an uphill battle to fight, because the opposition themselves, they are already landed on the ground. They are now finding their way to the different radio station, and they can do a lot of strong damage on the ground. Yes, they can do a lot of damage on the ground. They get on the ground. They can do a lot of damage on the ground. All right, but Randy, to think it is power drunk or power confused, and you know, let me see here. Mike say, "Hi, Mr. Dapo. I think it is better for the government official to do more clarity on the opposition show in order." Look, let me tell you one thing, Mr. What his name here? Mike B. Smith. If you think the opposition will accept everything the government is going to take, then you don't understand politics. All right? I agree with you to a point, but let me make this clear to you. Do you think the opposition, their goal is to listen to what we are going to say and say we're okay with that? Then you now understand the full length of politics. Mr. Weah can even go over there and they put 10 us down and find nothing on him, they will not feel satisfied. Their goal is to get him all that here so they can sit down there. That politics. So they can go to all these stations and go and explain. It's not going to change anything. And I'm not against that. I want you to understand. Apparently, just getting here. I'm not against the opposition going. And if you just started the show, Max B. Sumo, I would suggest that you watch the show from the beginning, because I cannot go back to start from where I started to where I am now. But just to put it in a nutshell, I'm not saying that no government official should appear on any level. I'm saying they should first promote their own. They should follow the example of Minister Samuel Tuet. I came across all the major talk shows that promoting the agenda of the government. And he came and explained exactly what his role have been and continue to be, and his expectation, challenges, and stuff. Then you can cross over to the other people. That have been my appeal. The second appeal to the government official is when we are discussing issues such as the issue of the protest. If there any public information, any information document that is for the public use, today we live in a technology world. You can text somebody and say, I got this information, would you mind helping us to explain this? And we can do that for them. But they must own their own. If you live in America here, most of the public officials from the Republican side, they go on Fox News, they express themselves, few of them go across other networks. That's how they need to keep that. That's how they need to keep those things. You should start with your own. You should start with your own. Max, you have to train your children first. Max, small, you have to train your children first before you start going out of the train other people's children. Because by then you will know exactly how you can balance yourself. That's what I'm saying here. We don't see the government official then appearing on any of the shows that we run, even for 5-10 minutes. But they'll go and sit on other show. And if you think they're going to convince the people, you're wasting your time. Because one principal goal of the opposition is to remove the current government. Do you think everything Donald Trump doing, trying to argue in America here that the country is well? You think that our Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden want to hear and say, okay, we okay? Donald Trump can even come on CNN and explain from from sunrise to sunset. You think the Democrats are going to set up for that? No. That is the competition. It's a political competition. Somebody want to be better than the other person. So I'm not against the idea. I'm just saying what I just said. All right. So let me program. Who coming on next? Anybody next? Because I'll be getting out of here by 11:15. 11:15, I'll be getting out of here. Anybody next on the list? Who next on the list? These guys are starting very early. They are planning ahead of time. That's what we call planning ahead of time. They are planning ahead of time. And if we don't start to plan now, we're going to struggle a little bit. Yes, because once they get hold of the people, they will start going to phase 2 of their plan. And what phase 2 is all about. So if we have the capacity to compete, we need to match them up. If they get 2 radio stations on the ground that are broadcasting through, we also need to get 3 radio stations or 4 radio stations to broadcast through as well. So that way they can know that we are also on the ground and we also, you see on Facebook, how we all over the place. When Costa come and say something, or anybody come and say something, or somebody post something, every other person that broadcasts on behalf of the government will come and set the record straight. So that's the same thing that we want to have on the ground. It's Spoon TV going to the ground and say, oh, we're broadcasting through this station, Then some of us need to say, you know what, we're broadcasting through this station now as well. It'll be like, wow, the competition not easy. Everywhere we go, these guys are there. So that means we're matching them. And but if they start to take advantage of going on the ground and engaging the people directly, that is a very dangerous game that we must not overlook. Yes, don't overlook the kind of game. If your opponent get on the ground and begin to talk to the people who are the real voters and begin to talk to them, you are in trouble. You are in trouble because they will win their minds. And that's what I want you guys to understand here. All right? So let me see. I got 5 more minutes to go. So whoever want to join the show, that's fine. You're welcome to come in. There are times that we must face ourselves, look in the camera, look in the mirror, and say, this one not working. This is the issue we have. If you're a true Cedician, not every day sun will shine. Not every day is a Christmas. Every week got 1 day to repeat. Monday last week will be Monday in the following week. But it will not come after that Monday. After Monday will come Tuesday. After Monday will never come Monday. After Tuesday will never be another Tuesday in that week. Is that how you want to play your game as a Cedician? No, I'm sorry for you. We must challenge our government officials to live up to the standard. Taking leadership in our country is not just wearing the coat suit, riding the next car. No, it is about making sure that the president agenda works. Work by giving deliverable. Work by you informing the people. Work by you supporting those who promoting the agenda. That's why it is. We can't keep fighting without no ammunition in terms of documentation to support what the government is doing. The government only ammunition to prove to the people that she's working is to provide information to help us understand what they're doing by providing the information to the public. If the public get hold of the documentation, it will become a real hard evidence for anybody to persuade them to say no. If the media is giving you the opportunity to broadcast over there, it will also help in this direction. So guys, I want to say a big thank you to you guys for showing up. That's me. Sometimes I sit before my bosses. We talk, we express, we look at the strength, the weakness, the opportunity for improvement. All right. And we look at the threat, and then we'll go home, we'll work on it, and then we'll come back. So on the show, in how much I provide all the documentation for you guys, videos, documentary, my talking. We should learn to evaluate other weaknesses we have in the whole Randy on Facebook with the Baku Show. We should go look at the weakness. How can we bring the weakness to some level of putting strength into it? We can't come here all the time and say, oh, everything is good, everything is good. No, we got to speak our mind. So tomorrow, I'm going to be here early. I might start my show maybe like 6 o'clock, run it up to 10 o'clock, and repeat the same thing. Because it has to be repeated for people to understand. All right? So when you come to Randy class, it's a learning curve. It's a teaching moment. It's intellectual exchange. I look forward to your input as you listen to me, as I read your post. The only time you get black if you say something that makes no sense. But in order for us to move our country forward, we need to be able to accept the wrong, the challenges, the not so doing well, and the so doing well. Like in the case, the finance minister, I can get him the pat on the back because he went across every medium, both the left and the right, and he did what he could do. The time is over. We know. Everybody now can come here now and defend the finance minister and say, no, it was not $25 million or $20 million that was missing. $17 million was not even missing. $25 million was not even missing. There was no money missing because he came and told the story. People asked questions. He answered the question. He provided documentation. That's what we call public engagement. Meeting the people, having conversation with the audience, and that will ease things down. If you ask me, the government is not doing so well. All right? So, let's say a big thank you to you guys for coming on. This is not my regular network broadcast. I'm always here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I just thought it was to come and speak to you guys on the issue. So it's 11:15 my time. God bless you guys. We'll be in touch again. Good night. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the J. Randy Show for this evening. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. And as part of our education and awareness, we are going to spend at least an hour on today's show. And what you're looking at is part of our presentation today. And I encourage you to please share the video. Excuse me there. There have been a lot of people who have been asking me to at least explain to them what actually happened to Mr. Witherspoon. There are Liberians back home. Some of them actually called me and said, "Be better if you can break it down on your show for us, what actually happened to Stanton Witherspoon. We will surely appreciate you for that." And as part of my goal on Facebook is to be very transparent, use my skills to help Liberians understand things that they don't know of and help them open their minds. So as part of my presentation today, I am going to explain on this show what Stanton is actually facing right now as he prepared for his court date sentencing on the 2nd of November. And everything that I'm going to be saying here is no makeup story. You're going to see the link, you're going to see the documentary, and that's something that will be very, very convincing to you. So welcome to my show, and I would like to say hi to every one of you guys. It is important that we spread education, not just political education. We also got to spread social education. We also got to spread good and bad character education to our people. So our goal here is to tackle all those things because that's what we do here. So guys, please share the video as I'm about to share the video as well. All right, so as you take a look, I want you to please read what you see on there, because we're going to do a little bit of digging on that, and we look forward to you helping us here as well. So let me just share the video there. If you just joining me, please share the video. Let me say hi to my brother, Sakodinho. Thank you very much for taking your time.
When our guests come, all of the commentators, you're going to be backstage, but our information or conversation here, we're going to do it very differently. This is a platform that is, we have our own value. But let's see here quickly here. So let's take a review. Who is Alexander Benedict Cummings? All right, let me just see what I can bring this other video here, and then we can get this ongoing here. Just bear with me a little bit.
Wake up, man. Wake up, man. Anytime we wake up, man. Wake up, man. Chris on FBC, wake up, man. Wake up, man. Jeremiah Sunday, wake up, man. Wake up, man. But then we won't win, no. We won't win, no. I said we won't win, no. We won't win, no. You can do it for us, for us, for us. You will go there for us, for us, for us. You can do it for us, for us, for us. You will go there for us, for us, for us.
Hint, ABC. That's Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings of the Alternative National Congress of Liberia, because we have ANC in Africa and ANC in Liberia. So we have to properly give that distinction. Honorable Cummings, I thank you so much. Good afternoon to good evening from the motherland, and welcome on LPR.
Thank you, Alfonso. Good to be with all of you. And good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Thanks. Great to be with you.
Okay, gentlemen, 30 seconds, greet our guests, and then we're going to get the ball rolling. Time is fast spent. Let me start with the Liberal Progressive from Sacramento.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Honorable Cummings, welcome on Liberian Public Radio. We're glad to have you here. And as usual, this is where we have frank and honest conversation about our country. And I know you are very much deeply involved in our country, whatever it is that we need to do to bring it up. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Samson. Great to be with you.
All right. Professor, quickly.
Good evening, Mr. Cummings. Isaac C. Lacroix Zaolo. It's an honor to be, on this platform with you tonight. I expect, to hear a lot from you, to get to know you better, and to listen to your vision for Liberia. Thanks, again, for accepting our invitation.
Great, Prof. Good to be with you as well, and look forward to an interactive conversation.
Okay, let's go to the nation's capital, where our man, Mike Dunn, is in studio in Monrovia. Mike, quickly here, 30 seconds.
Good evening, Mr. Cummins, and thanks for accepting our invitation. Magda, I'm the head of office here in Liberia for Liberia Public Radio. Thanks again for accepting our invite this hour.
Great. Mark, good to meet you. And again, looking forward to a good conversation.
Okay, guys, tighten your seatbelt in the background because the flight is about to take off. If you don't tighten your belt, sometimes turbulence occur anytime, any hour. Welcome to the Liberia Public Radio. I am Afonso Zayenso, right here at the New England Bureau Desk, here at, in an exclusive with the political leader of the Alternative National Congress, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummins. Mr. Cummins, again, on behalf of the management and staff of the Liberia Public Radio, we are deeply, deeply humbled to have you here. LPR, a model the start of the National Public Radio here in the U.S., accredited and fully accredited in Liberia. Basically, we are interested in talking and speaking the issue that will tend to shift the hallmark of Liberia. It's a tradition here. I know it will sound so redundant to ask Mr. Cummins to introduce himself, but every platform has its own audience and own listener on a daily basis. So it would be unfair if I would not accord you that opportunity to do so. So quickly here, just introduce yourself and then we'll get a ball rolling.
Thank you, Alfonso. So again, great to be with all of you and to be on Liberian Public Radio. I'm Alexander Cummins, son of the soil, son of Liberia, very proud Liberian. I've had the blessings and the opportunity to be a Liberian, to have, grew up in the Point 4 area and then Fiamma, went to government school demonstration on Clay Street, went to CBA on Ashmore Street, went to Cuttington for 2 years, finished my undergraduate degree in the United States, returned home and worked at the Liberian Bank for Development and Investment. Did that for 2 years, went back to graduate school, and then the civil conflict ensued, making it difficult to return work right away. But always been in and out of Liberia, helping where I could, individuals and institutions in our country. Had the blessings also to have had a very successful business career. First with the Pillsbury Company, where at 36, I became the youngest officer at the time of Pillsbury. I was Vice President, Chief Financial Officer of Pillsbury International. I subsequently joined the Coca-Cola Company, where I initially ran our business in Nigeria, followed by running all of Africa. And then my last 8 years had a global role based out of our headquarters in Atlanta, where I had global responsibility for strategic planning, human resources, information technology, legal, all of the technical functions of the Coca-Cola Company, R&D, procurement, manufacturing, supply chain, quality, the Coca-Cola Foundation, and the list goes on. Did that very successfully. But the key message here in terms of an introduction, though, is a son of the soil, one who is passionate about our country, one who believes we can change our country, one who have experienced some of the hardships of our country and our people, and is striving and is eager to bring opportunities to our country, to our people. Because I believe, and as I travel Liberia, I'm inspired by Liberians that given the same opportunity I've had, many of them will do even better. And so I'm inspired by that, and I'm committed to doing everything I can to uplift and empower our country and our people.
Ooh, okay. What an impressive intro there. Thank you so much. And that's why it's good to give people the opportunity to have that self-intro, because I couldn't have gone through all of that time, Mr. Cummins, to be honest with you. That would be a huge tax here for me. Okay, well, today I'm going to be on an exclusive with me. At some point in time, our analysts, contributors, they will come in when we are wrapping up with not more than 3 or 2 questions, not more than 3 questions. And we also ask, ANC to send a panelist. What we will do is to have a post discussion after our exclusive. And one of the reasons is that It's a very important conversation. And for us here at LPR, we do it differently. I think the camera should focus on you to know your vision. And that's exactly what we want to do. So we crowd this sort of screen. People, first-time visitor, might not get the sense of who is the guest, and they will be confused. But I will intend to do it this way. Again, thank you so much for coming here. Let's get the ball rolling. News is about current events, something that is happening simultaneously. And we'll be talking about a range of issues: agriculture, policy, health, education, and your decision making if you are to be president of the Republic of Liberia. But let me just bring something quickly here to you, Mr. Commenter, to get your initial reaction, because you are a stakeholder here. These are images that we saw coming from neighboring Guinea this morning here on the international front, and I'm quite sure you are monitoring as well. So let me just get a quick reaction here. Unknown comment presidency. You wake up this morning and you're hearing mutinies or the military as alleged coup. There's a lot of conflicting information. You will be calling your advisors supposedly. What will be the first thing you're going to be telling your Liberian people and even your African neighbors? Guinea is ECOWAS, Monetary Union, OAU, United Nations. So there are so much of commonalities here. What will be the first thing we'll be hearing from you as the commander-in-chief?
Well, I guess the first thing to say is that we're still getting information as to the nature of the coup, the military takeover, who the people are, their reasons, etc., etc. But the first statement is that we should not support or tolerate the undemocratic takeover of any country. As part of the Mana River Union, as part of ECOWAS, as part of the African Union, we should be focusing on democratic transitions, on democratic takeovers of government, and not having military supplant, if you will, the will of the people. And so I think it's premature to say much more, but we do need to understand the situation, understand what's going on, call for peace and calm, so that we make sure that there's not any loss of life in this process. And as Commander-in-Chief, I would want to understand exactly what's going on, the dynamics. I want to make sure our borders are secured and make sure there's no runoff from Guinea to Liberia in terms of this crisis. And we'll be emphasizing the need for democracy. You know, Alfonso, we've experienced this. We've experienced a military takeover. We have a recent history of unrest, civil war, killing each other. It's a slippery slope. And I caution our neighbors in Guinea to be careful in terms of this event and not let it get out of hand. And again, trying to just understand more specifically as to what's happening, what's going on.
Okay, if you want, I can have you get a cup of drink, maybe while we have this commercial here, so that we can have a conversation here. Folks, we're going to be right back here. Let's take a quick commercial so we can have our guests to get a cup of water.
Katwae, what does it mean to be a woman, a Black woman, an African woman, a Liberian woman?
To be a Liberian woman is Jiglunu, which means remember. Remember that you are strong because of your experiences and to always be true to who you are. Yakama Jiglunu. Panife, Menugaga, Yenyengu Sui. Yawega, Kodilai.
So I'm Alice Johnson Hina, and I'm going to talk to you on failing and not giving up.
As with the leader and the example he or she sets that everybody will follow. Look, Alfonso, if you tell people anywhere in the world to come to work at 8 o'clock, then you, the leader, go to work at 10 o'clock, everybody will go to work at 9:45. It starts with leadership. And so not just from me, but the leadership will attract we live these values so Liberian people can understand and follow. And not just in government, because this corruption happens everywhere, unfortunately, right? So we want to make sure we identify leaders in the church, in the mosque, in civil society that are setting the example. And we know them, we know each other, we are supporting them so that, because Liberians will not see the president every day, right? But they will see the pastor or the imam or the head of the healthcare workers union or the teachers association. We want those people to exemplify the right behaviors around this thing called corruption as well.
Okay, and as we talk on, I know I'm going to be repositioning myself with questions based on the answers that I also coming here. So the next follow up here will be, I'm hearing like fiscal management, accountability, be holding people accountable to their action. So what will President Coming 100 days of deliberate looks like when you sit in the Oval Office there?
Thanks again, Alfonso. So the first thing I would say to you that my inauguration, because that's the first of the 100 days, right, will be a very simple ceremony executed per the Constitution. And I will leave the inauguration event and I will go straight to work. I will go straight to the office. And the reason why that's important to say as my first action is to remind the Liberian people and to say everybody that we got work to do to change this country. That we're not here to play. We went straight from the inaugural ceremony, simple, following the rules, starting at 12 o'clock, everything on time, make the speech. We went straight to the office, Alfonso, to start the work of serving the Liberian people, because it will require hard work and sacrifice in Liberia, one. Two, if partisans of the CPP or the ANC or any Liberian partisan want to celebrate the inauguration, they will have to raise the money to fund it. We would not use government money to fund the inauguration ceremony, because the
Are you putting yourself
I'm going on record. I'm going on record, Alfonso. This is being recorded, that we would not use government money to celebrate the inauguration, that any celebration would take place by private Liberian citizens raising money to celebrate, and if they invite me, I'll attend. Because taking government money, not helping the teacher or the nurse or buy medication for the hospital in Saclebie or in Zozo or wherever in the country, that's a few people will be celebrating, drinking and drink. So we will not stop people from celebrating, but it will not be done on the backs of the Liberian people. That's the second thing. Then we immediately ask for an audit of what we'll be inheriting. We ask the appropriate government agencies, the General Accounting Office, Liberian Anti-Corruption Bureau, the appropriate agency, we ask them to audit what we're inheriting, so we know where we're getting, where the lapses are, where was taken, where wasn't taken. Immediately we ask for audit of what we're inheriting. That's the next action. The third action for me will be, we will, and this is no in particular order, and the rest of what I'm going to say, we're going to be implementing a national youth service program. We would have done all the work to make sure we understand how it's going to work, but we need to engage our young people. 65% of Liberians are young people. And we'll be launching the first 100 day National Youth Service Program. In the first 100 days, we'll be focusing on Liberian businesses, because we talk about this growing economy. We'll be making sure we got financing and funding available through the banking system to provide both microloans to small businesses and medium-sized loans to small Liberian businesses, because financing and credit is one of the major constraints in growing the economy. And we want to grow the economy, and we want Liberians to disproportionately benefit from the growth of the economy. There will be room for everybody, because we want foreign direct investments as well. But we will be launching a program to provide loans and financing for Liberian businesses so that they grow and expand their businesses. This will happen in the first 100 days. We will also make sure that all of these people running around here with sirens and creating this third lane, because this is an example of the rule of law. You know, the rule of law, it can be a big concept, but for the average Liberian, we want them also to follow the rules. So no third lane, only the president, maybe the vice president, the speaker, the chief justice, the head of the three branches of government should be running this stuff, all this other stuff. Because when you're not feeling the pain or the traffic, there's no incentive Fix the roads so everybody got to feel the pressure. And the only reason why we will have salary for even the president because of security reasons. But these are some examples of what will happen in the first. We will make sure our cabinet is named in the first 100 days. We'll know who. So when we go to the office from the inauguration, Alfonso, we'll be, in fact, even before we get to, we'll be announcing the various ministers and head of agencies and those sort of stuff. That will be done in the first 100 days. We'll work with the legislature to get it confirmed so they can get to work, because it will be about work. Alfonso, Liberia, far behind. It's not Ellis coming saying so. We are among the 5 poorest countries in the world after 174 years. That cannot be acceptable. That's not acceptable to me. It should be no Liberians. And the way we change it is work and sacrifice. Not by me talking it, not by us being on this radio station because we're good at talking, right? It's not because we wish it to change. It will change because we do the work and we make the sacrifices. And I will have to set the example. I will have to lead and set the example. And Liberians will follow. Everywhere in the world, the leaders set the example and the organization and the people follows.
Okay, let's have a conversation here. This seems, it seems to me here that the Cummings administration will be more or less holding people accountable to their actions, not necessarily for impunity purposes here. But is there any status of limitations with the audit, what we meet? And before I can go over with my follow-up question, would there be a status of limitation with respect to what you meet?
Whatever the law provides for, will follow. So if the law provides for certain crimes, because we will not know whether statute of limitation applies until the investigation is done to know what crime is committed.
Okay.
Based on the crime, if there's a crime committed and there's a statute of limitation, we can't prosecute, we won't prosecute, because we will be a government of law and order. But it does not mean you cannot or should not investigate what you're inheriting. And then based on that investigation, we'll determine whether statute of limitation applies or not.
Okay, now it's my follow-up question here. Tanzania, the late John Magufuli, sitting vice president now, who is the president, is calling for an audit of the same very government that she works for. You are currently in a collaboration with one of your main challengers, Ambassador Jose Newman Boyka, who also work for the Helen Johnson Sirleaf government. We always have that extensions of the audit and not just only the George Weah government to keep it proportional. Is that something you're going to do as well?
Yeah, look, we'll let the facts lead where the facts lead, Alfonso. We will not be influencing, we will not be targeting an individual or a particular administration. We are seeing we will be inheriting a government from the CDC, from George Weah. We will start the investigation there, and the investigation will lead wherever it leads. If it leads back to the Unity Party government, so be it. I would not be telling the head of auditing or the Liberian Anti-Corruption Agency to pick on any particular person or institution, individual. They will follow the constitutional mandate to go and audit what we're inheriting, and we'll let the facts lead where the facts may. You know, we gotta have a country of law and order. This is not about friend. This is not about red nepotism. This is about where the law leads. And if it leads back to the Unity Party government, so be it. But we'll let the law follow its course. And that investigation will determine whether statute of limitation applies or not. But you have to investigate first to know if a crime was committed, and then if whatever that crime is there a statute of limitation that limits your ability to prosecute whoever committed the crime.
Yeah, talking about law and order, and I'm going to shift the conversation here because it's all about guarantee the safety of the people and making sure the laws on the book are also.
Hello.
Yeah, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me, Mr. Cummings? Are you hearing me? Mr. Cummings, are you there? Okay, let me just see and get him off and see if we can bring him back here. Okay, are you hearing me now?
I'm hearing you now.
Okay, very clear. I want to make sure that you get my question as well.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now. It's breaking up, but I'm hearing you.
Okay, all right. So I'm making reference, talking about law and order. That's also.
Yeah, Alfonso, you're breaking up. I don't know if it's on my side or yours.
Is it still breaking up?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I guess maybe your audio is interrupted. Let me just see here. Let's take a quick break here. Maybe you can go off and come back here, but we intend to have this conversation so that we'll be able to get to it. Somewhere is saying in the backfield. I'm going to bring him on again. Okay, he gone off. We're going to bring him here. This is Alfonso Zayansot of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV here. We're going to have a post-sky conversation. This is a sort of different arrangement we have here today. It is important that when we are talking to these people, let them face the camera so you will get a sense of the direction they want to take the country. So that is very, very much important. So let's see here. Maybe let's take a quick break. And I'm going to be coming back here to our guests, our analysts, and I guess our senior contributors. They are all monitoring. I'm Alfonso Zianso. Okay, let's see here. I believe our guest is here. Let me just bring him here. Okay, Mr. Gomez, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. All right. I guess the audio was corrupted. Okay, let's get a ball rolling. So law and order cannot be maintained and cannot be achieved without having all of the logistic, well-funded police. The police of the Republic of Liberia budget now is little over $1 million. You have the judges in Liberia making less than $500 as compared to the judges in Ghana. That is the disparity. It has to do with the system. How can these people fully protect the systems? When you have somebody, for example, Mr. Cummings, someone coming from America here with Yale background, lawyer, and you expect that person to make $400, and you expect that person to adequately prosecute cases in Liberia. So right now, you seems to now playing into the maybe the Ministry of Justice, the Department of Justice, the kind of police that we want to have. We have police academy. There's no graduate school for police trainings, and other things are lacking. And it is not just only on this administration here. We can go far back. All of these things are there. What do you have in plan to enhance and improve this in order for us to get the quality services that Liberia should have in terms of keeping the peace that we want?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier when we were talking about corruption, Alfonso, that one of the ways we need to stop corruption is pay people what I call a living wage, and we have to do that. But even before we talk about paying people a living wage, lawyers, judges, policemen, the soldiers in the military, healthcare workers, teachers, we got to find the money. And one of the things I've talked about, you would have read about how we can grow our revenue base. Because I've also said that all the stuff we all talk about, politicians, better healthcare, education, paying people better, none of that will happen. There's all talk unless we can find a revenue. And I've thrown out this number that we should be at a minimum striving to get our national budget, our national revenue to $1 billion, and it should be higher over time. I mean, if we want to develop this country, we got to find the money. But we'll come back to this $1 billion, I'm sure, and I can explain some of the areas we look at to get that number. But the point is, you got to find the money to do all of these things. Assuming we find the money, and we will, yes, if you want to have rule of law, if you want to reduce corruption, part of the way you do it is to pay people a living wage. If you're not paying the policeman adequately, we'll come to his equipment and all the things, uniform, everything he needs, he or she needs. If you're not paying enough to pay the rent, to buy food, to pay the children tuition, to save a little bit so maybe he can build a house in the future or whatever. If you're not paying him or her a living wage, you encourage stealing. You encourage corruption. The man or woman, it's human nature, Alfonso. You will not starve. You will not see your children starving. And you got a chance to pull somebody over for no reason and get some money to take home to feed the family, right? So we got to pay all of these people, all of our civil servants are living wage, and we got to pay them every month. We got to pay them regularly. So we got to find the money to do it. Because when you do that, you start in the schools. If you're not paying the teachers, they will take money from the students. They will sleep with the students for grade inflation. So all of these things are connected. And so we will find the money. We'll make sure we understand that flow, that living wage, and people will get their pay every month. Then we will hold them accountable. We'll hold them accountable. Then when they steal, we'll punish them. We'll put them in jail. We'll hold them accountable because accountability is the key. Of course, it goes beyond just the pay. You got to make sure they got the right equipment, whether it's, automobiles, computers, forensic equipment, labs to do the various testing and stuff. Make sure the courts are adequately, furnished. They have what their needs are. We need to use technology. We need to invest in technology to help all of them do the work. Technology will help us leapfrog. That will cost money and resources. So we got to think about this systemically in an integrated fashion. We have to do that. We have the money, and then we'll invest to make sure, because rule of law is foundational, even growing this economy. If you want to attract foreign direct investment, Alfonso, I've been on the other side, right? Major corporation making investment decisions around the world. You will be hesitant to go into a country where corruption is rampant or the stealing is rampant. Corruption is making that word too big. That sound too good. The stealing is rampant, where the one branch of government can interfere in the other. Because with the best of intentions, you may have to go to the courts with your partner, right? And you got to be assured that the court is independent. There are not somebody from the executive mansion or the foreign ministry will call the judge and say, my man, that my cousin there, or you do something. That we can't allow that to happen. And if we want to get serious investors, look, this government would have been in power, what, 4 years now? They have not attracted any serious foreign direct investor. There's a reason why, many reasons why, but one of the reasons why is this weakness in the judiciary, in the rule of law. When a sitting president can orchestrate the impeachment of a sitting associate justice on bogus charges, you're not going to attract serious people to bring their money into Liberia. And so all of these things are related. And yes, we got to pay people and equipment to execute their jobs.
Well, folks, I am Alfonso Ziansot of the New England Bureau Desk in an exclusive here with the political leader, one of the major political actors in Liberia, Alexander Benedict Cummings of the Alternative National Congress. We want to be going back and forth, more or less, foreign policies, economic, education, and agriculture. We intend to touch those bread and butter issue here. You talk about donation here. Let's digress here a little bit here. Is your party, the Alternative National Congress Party, is it a registered party in the United States of America? To get donors, to rally, for people to make contribution?
Yes, the Alternative National Congress, ANC, it's called ANC Global, is our diaspora organization. And that diaspora organization is registered to take donations in the United States. Yes, from Liberians. From Liberians.
So it's like USA or American man called a super PAC. Is that your super PAC?
Yeah, you could consider it. You can consider it that. Yeah, in U.S. nomenclature, you can consider it a potential super PAC, but it is registered to take donations from Liberians.
And the reason I'm asked this question here, you are part of a collaborations of all 4 political parties. A major news outlet, the African Star, reported that you seems to be, your party seems to pass that sort of rail land. The Liberty Party, the CDC, the Unity Party, this seems to all be in violations of this because it is stipulated in the Constitution, Article 82. You can do that, and you are part of that collaboration. Is that a hair scratching for you to have people that you are collaborating with and they are not respecting the laws on the book as well?
Yeah, to be honest, Alfonso, I can't speak to that because I don't know whether or not it's true that there are allegations that they are violating the law, but the allegations, I don't know the facts. So it would be inappropriate, inopportune for me to speak to the facts, but I've heard the allegations. I hope they're not true. And if they are, I hope they're doing what they need to do to rectify that. but not appropriate to repeat an allegation that I don't have sufficient knowledge of. What I can say for sure is that the ANC is fully registered. ANC Global is filing all the necessary papers in the U.S. to legitimately accept donations from Liberians in the diaspora.
Okay, out of that comes with accountability, it's good governance. We don't have to wait until someone gets on the airfloor, and that's the reason I brought this bidding here, because potentially who want to be the next president, whether the airfloor or sixth floor, you must be held accountable. Let me ask you this question here. This is a second time, potentially it will be a second run for the presidency of the Republic of Liberia. What happens if Ellis Comment cannot get to the finishing line of this? Where will his political career be landing?
So, first of all, I need to say, and this will not surprise you, Alfonso, that I'm confident that we'll get to the finish line. We will do the work. We're working hard. And I also promise you, Liberian people, over the next 4 to 6 weeks, they will see even more work from partisans of the ANC and from myself, traveling the length and breadth of Liberia, engaging Liberians. So we're going to work even harder to make our case to Liberian people. But you're also correct. At the end of the day, that decision is ultimately not mine. The decision is that of the Liberian people. It first starts with the partisans of the CPP, and then ultimately Liberian people will decide between myself and President Weah in 2023. In the unlikely case that I'm not successful, I'm committed to our country. At that point, as a private citizen, I will focus on philanthropy, the Coming to Africa Foundation. I will spend more time trying to raise money to fund the foundation, in addition to what it's doing now to expand and grow that, so we can continue to help Liberians, primarily in education, although the foundation does other things, but it's focused on education, on STEM education, I might add. And then I will also focus on the business side, hoping that, the business environment will improve so that, Liberian businesses can be successful and thrive. And so I will focus on the business side as well. And focusing on philanthropy and the business is how I would channel my energy to help the Liberian people if, in the unlikely case, I'm not successful in becoming president of Liberia. I tell people, you bring your ball to the game, they don't choose you, you don't take your ball and leave. We'll stay engaged, we'll stay involved, but we'll just help in a different way. We'll not be able to impact all 5 million Liberians, which is our goal, our aspiration, our wish, but we'll be able to help thousands of Liberians, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad legacy. Now, I'll go to my grave feeling, look, we tried for the presidency, Liberians went in a different direction, it was their choice, it's okay. We're not going to be vexed with anybody. People make choices. It's okay. And then we'll focus on the areas we have some control over, and we'll help the country and impact Liberians in that way.
With all of this sort of explanation here, let me poke into your political mind here a little bit. Why did Alexander Cummings did not even take a shot of the senatorial seat for his own county, Maryland? Why? Because we all frowned on that bidding of a lot of things happening. The lawmakers, we saw them to rationing to money unbelievably, considering all that is going. Why can't we even start taking the change from in the first branch of government? Why can't you take a shot at the senatorial seat for Maryland County? Why the presidency?
Yeah, because Alfonso, the reason why we entered politics, and this is a good question, it's an important point. The reason why we entered politics was the desire to impact all 5 million Liberians, to have scale, because I felt and believe that the experiences I've been blessed to have had lend themselves to trying to impact the entire country. And while the Senate plays an important role in that effort, as a single senator, 1 out of 30, it's difficult to have the sort of impact I would like to have. And so it's almost that simple, is to focus. You see, I believe, and this is a good conversation for us to talk about us as a people, Liberians, is that I don't think we we set our ambitions high enough. In some ways, we try to punish ambition. And it's because too often we've been disappointed, we've been lied to, extenuating factors come into. So a Liberian will have an ambition to do X. That will be the plan A. And even before they even start really working on it, they're already working on plan B. They're already assuming, oh, something will happen, something will go wrong. And then they start working on plan B, and they end up with plan B or even less. I want to change that paradigm. I want to change the environment so that we can focus on our plan A. And my life experience is when you focus on your plan A and you focus on it, 9 out of 10 times you achieve it. Yes, there's always a possibility it doesn't work. But once you start focusing on that possibility it doesn't work, that's kind of where you end up, right? As opposed to seeing what are the barriers to stopping me from, my plan A, and let me focus on that. And so the desire is to serve all of our people, to impact the lives of all Liberians. And so I've decided, look, let me focus on that. The Senate is an honorable body. It does need some change and some work. But be 1 out of 30 people, I don't think I will have the kind of impact I would like to have. And that's why I decided to aspire to serve our people. And I use the word serve deliberately because I think it's a servant leadership role. That's why I say I don't want people to come who want to play big shot. It's not about playing big shot. It's coming to work to change the lives of our people.
It is not my wish to, so you can succeed, but you have put the cap on the head on so many issues. Would that be your end of your political career?
Yes. If I'm not successful this time, as I said, I will be disappointed, but life will go on, and we'll focus in these other areas to help our country and our people. But it's important that I leave you with this message, though. We will be successful. I am very confident. So I'm not thinking about that plan B. I'm spending no time, Alfonso, on that plan B.
Nobody even want to wish for that. Everybody wants to wish for plan A. That's the
I am riveted on my plan A to make the case to our people, to ask them to look at my record, to remind them I'm one of them. Through hard work, blessings, providence plays a part in these things, right? We are where we are, and we want to help. We want to give back. And that's my focus. And as I said, the work will even increase in terms of my travel around the country, meeting people, touching people, they touching me, so we can make the case to our people. Because, Alfonso, this election that's coming up, Liberians have 3 choices, I think. One choice, and these are not individuals per se, although you could attach individuals. One choice is Liberians can vote for the past. All Liberians can vote for the present. All Liberians can vote for the future. And I think Liberians will vote for the future. The other choices Liberians have, right? The Liberians have a choice because in Liberians' mind now, there's 2 political institutions. No disrespect to any others. In most Liberians' minds, there's the CDC and then the CPP. Those are the 2 choices politically institutions. And then the other choice kind of tied to the first 3 I was talking about is those who want more the same, status quo, or going back to the past, and also want to look at the future and do things differently. Because I know you've heard my saying, we can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. That's a saying is not, I didn't say that. I think it was the scientist, I forget his name now. But you cannot keep doing the same thing and expect different results. And I know Liberians, that is resonating because I hear repeated all the time. Liberians want a future that is different, that they will be the primary beneficiaries of the benefits and the resources of our country.
Okay. Well,
Albert Einstein, it was an Albert Einstein quote.
I'm not a mean guy here, but it's part of our responsibility to speak to this issue and have this sort of authentic and genuine conversation. So
absolutely.
The document in my hand here, I want to digress here, is the what it calls the collaborative framework document here. It is what in my hand. So I'm going to add another column or quote on that. So another choice now, you get a battle before you within your own CPP collaboration, because that's where you have to come first then you're going to take on the the bigger one here. So speak to the CPP here. As far as I'm concerned, anything can change, but your main challenger now is the former vice president of the Republic of Liberia from the Unity Party. What sort of line of demarcation that we can draw to for the Liberian to understand? Because these decision makings for national leaders, they must start from bottom to top approach, not top to bottom approach. So what makes you so equipped, so firm, so strong, decisive decision making than that of the vice president, of the former vice president? Because there is also an argument on this side of experience and this and that. How can you square those out?
So, you know, I'm one that focuses on what I call positive advocacy, advocating positively for myself. And I will let you in the media, Liberians, you can draw the contrast in terms of the choice before us. But I want to focus on what I bring to this challenge that Liberians in our country face. And I ask Liberians to consider the following. Again, in no particular order, but they should consider all of these things. One is, there's another thing I like to say, that the best predictor of future behavior, future performance is past behavior, past performance. So I ask the Liberian people to look at my past performance, my past behavior around integrity, around managing a large, complex organization. Alfonso, many Liberians, when they think about Coca-Cola, they think about the plant, the factory in Pinsville. I ran all of Africa for that big multinational company. What they call the market value on the New York Stock Exchange, you live in the US, of Coca-Cola is about $240 billion United States dollars. And a Liberian from Point Four was the number 2 executive in that institution globally. So in addition to running Africa, we had global responsibilities that touched on over 1,000 plants, over 700,000 system employees, large complex organization, did it well, did it successfully. And so the results are there, and did it with integrity, right? Then you got to look at what are the pressing needs facing Liberia, and it's the economy. And who understands the economy? Who understands the private sector? Because the government is an enabler. It's the private sector that will drive the growth. Liberian private sector, Liberian businesses. Who understands that best? Who's lived it? Who understands the psychology of the Americans and the Chinese and Nigerian and all the investors? Who best can articulate and can put the systems and processes in place that will grow the economy? I ask Liberians to consider that. Who is unblemished? Who has not touched? You know, people say you've not had government experience. My response is twofold. One is the experience our government in Liberia has provided. We see the results. Liberia is among the 5 poorest countries in the world. So I'm not sure how beneficial that experience is or will be when it has not delivered for the Liberian people. So what experience am I going to get? Experience in stealing, in nepotism, experience in tribalism. That's not what the country needs. That's part of what has held us back. So let's understand that this experience we're talking about. The other way I answer this experiencing, Alfonso, is managing government is managing a big complex organization. You have to deliver results. In the corporations, you measure it by growth in market share, growth in profitability, etc., etc. In government, you measure it in services to your people. Is your education system getting better? There are ways to measure, there are metrics to see are you performing or not. There are different metrics. But you got to manage people. You got to build a team, identify people. You got to make sure the team is motivated. Then you got to deliver results. You got to do this concurrently. You do that in large corporations. You do that in government. And I've done that successfully. There's a track record. It's there, right? So this is why I believe, given where the country is today, the need for change, the need to grow the economy, to create jobs for our people, right? To grow the revenue base. I believe I bring the best set of experiences to accomplish that, to do that. And that's why I want Liberians to look at. And then they can make the choice. They can make the contrast. But I'm not here to disparage my colleague in the CPP. I will not do that. I will just speak to what I believe I bring, and I believe it fits where the country is today and where the country needs to go. And that's why I say we have a choice. We can go back and vote for the past. We can vote for the present. The past didn't work. The present now working. Or we can vote and think about the future and do things differently to change our country.
Would there be a time when the gloves will come out, even though you're not here to attack, but it's a race? Would there be a time where Mr. Cummings want to be pushed against the wall and he can't go through that wall, he has to come back? Would there be a time that you're going to get the gloves out?
Well, I don't know it's about getting the gloves off or not. You see, this is also part of the political environment we should try to change as well. The fact is, we are all part of the CPP. The fact is, when I win, or if I win the CPP nomination, Mr. Boakai and his people will support me. If he wins, I and my people will support him. We got to keep the prize in mind. The prize is to make President Weah a one-term president.
One-term president. Now
the prize and the goal, Alfonso, the prize and the goal, let me just change that to prize word. The goal is to make Mr. Weah a one-term president. That's what Ambassador Boakai wants to do. That's what I want to do. So we need to all make our case to CPP partisans. Why us? And then they will compare. So Joe will make a case, I will make my case, and then the partisans of the CPP will say, okay, now Cummings bring this, Joe brings that. They will pick, they will decide. And then we come together and we make Mr. Weah one-term president. Then we'll take, in fact, even before we get there, we'll take the glove on Mr. Weah. Because ultimately, that's who we're trying to
I'm trying to sense out something here. You are speaking in a very exhortatory tone, and I'm trying to get what you are saying here. There is a bounding, there is commonalities here within the CPP. So, no matter where it lays, if Boakai wins it to come on top, will Cummings go as number 2? If you are to be top in that direction, will you go as number 2?
No, I think it's premature to have that conversation. Let me tell you why. Let me explain why. Right? Mm-hmm. We are to your earlier point, Alfonso. We are in a competition for the standard bearership of the CPP, and to start having the discussion about who should go number 1 and number 2, then what's the point of having the competition? If we already agree that, so several things to say to this. First of all, many people who are suggesting that don't want to make a choice. Maybe they worried that if Ambassador Boakai is not on the ballot, the Unity Party people will break away. If not on the ballot, the ANC people will break away. I want to show Liberian people that the CPP will hold together. No matter who wins the nomination, we'll hold together because our goal is to make Mr. Weah a one-term president. So let's put that concern aside. The second thing I want to say to Liberian people and CPP partisans is that they need to make a choice. Liberian people don't let them make people feel bad. Let's just Mr. Cummings and Boakai go together. No. You make a choice. It's not personal. If you believe Alexander Cummings is the president to lead Liberia, come and support me, please. And if I win the nomination, the UP guys and Joe will support me. If you believe Joe is the right person, go support Joe. Alfonso, I'm not asking you, I'm being rhetorical. If you decide you want to support former vice president, we can still be friends. It's a choice. You decide he's better and you should support him. And we gotta make a choice. We compromise too quickly. You go into the county meet, you play the first game, you ask Nima to come to Monserrato. How is that possible? Let's play the game, right? Well, let's be comfortable with competition. Let's not settle too quickly. That's how we change the country. We gotta push each other. Also, we gotta push each other. We'll get better. Look, I want President Weah to do better in the remaining time in his presidency. It will make it harder for us to replace him, but the country will be better off. That's what we should want. Everybody should be pushing in order for this country to get better. If we just keep settling, okay, Alfonso, my friend, I won't make him feel bad, and he do something wrong, I will not criticize him. So when my time comes, he can't criticize me. Like, bro, not change. I have no interest in that. I want to be pushed because I will push, because that's the only way we change our country. You can do it respectfully. You can do it all cussing people, being abusing people, but we gotta push each other. I'm not prepared to settle to be mediocre for the country's sake, not for me. And if we don't take that attitude, Alfonso, we'll not change this country.
No.
We'll just be playing around and Liberia needs step function change. Liberia needs transformation.
Was transformation, folks. I mean, an exclusive with the political leader of the Alternative National Congress of Liberia, Mr. Alexander Benedict. I come and see it. I see economy to be your strength, knowing where you come from, your background from the corporate or business area here. So let's go back here. You were quoted in one of the daily saying that the government cannot be a net employer. If the statement is true or is correct, Mr. Comment, what do you mean by that then and now?
Great question. I'm glad you asked it. The government, and this has been the part of what we need to change. And again, I hope I can explain in a way that it will help our listeners understand. From the history of our country, and this is not new, we've been consumed with government, and when you're not in government, when you're not a minister, a assistant minister, you're not able to support your family, buy your transportation, children to school, because we have not grown the private sector. Unfortunately, you live in the United States. It doesn't matter whether it's Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Barack Obama. You as a resident of that country, you got a job, you go to work. Most Americans, most British people, most people in successful democracies, they're employed by the private sector. So that you're not dependent on this thing called government. The government is an enabler. It creates the environment for the public sector to thrive. Historically, I think either consciously or subconsciously, we have kept the private sector small because people have afraid that if I let Alfonso become a successful businessman, he will challenge me politically. There's this fear. And it's put pressure on the government. So I've made a statement, the government should not be a net employer. The private sector. So we got to grow the private sector, then reduce the size of government. The government today is like a social service.
How are you going to do that?
We're going to do that by, again, all from the things I mentioned earlier, right? We're going to make sure that we restore confidence in the management of the country. We're going to make sure we focus on different sectors, agricultural sector, on ecotourism, on stopping the stealing, reinvesting in education, in technology, in healthcare. These are all the actions we'll take, right? To restore confidence and to grow the economy, to create jobs for our people. That's how we grow the private sector. Make sure Liberians are disproportionately benefiting from the growth in the private sector. Look, we import everything we consume today as a country, almost 90%, right? Liberians can do the importation of also. Importation is arithmetic, it's not even algebra. you import for $10, you sell for $10.50. You import for $3, you sell for $4. Liberians can do this, right? So why not enable them to do it? Make sure they pay the people well, they helping other Liberians, while we try to create the environment to manufacture for ourselves and produce our own goods and services, right? So we can grow the private sector, create jobs there, reduce the pressure on the single government, and then Liberians can do what they want, say what they want, and I'm worried that a family will be punished, or they will be punished, or they will get fired, or they will lose their contract. It shouldn't be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. We got to change the paradigm, and that's the paradigm I want to change, and I believe we can and should change.
All right. We're going to take a quick break for our guests to get a cup of water. We are gradually winding down. We're going to be breaking our guys here. I will be right back. I'm Alfonso Zienso in an exclusive with the political leader of the Alternative National Congress on the line, joining us from the nation's capital of Monrovia.
He likes to give people the benefit of the doubt. He'll trust you first until you prove otherwise.
I ran the coke business in Nigeria. I was business unit president for about half of Africa. And then for almost 7 years, I ran an entire Africa group for the Coca-Cola Company.
Born in 1956 at the Old Government Hospital in Monrovia, Alex, the third of 4 children and the only son, he would attend elementary school at Demonstration and high school at the College of West Africa.
Alex and myself, we became friends in 1971. That's about 45 years ago. We met in the 10th grade and we just became fast friends.
I love music. If people want to know, I actually like to dance. It surprises people.
We're here. We love talking. The issues, but it's good to dance because that is a therapy itself. I love that. Thank you so much. Let's talk on other issue here. I will try to be a little bit illustrative here, then I can get your reaction here. This is what our guys reporting, our correspondent based in the city of Bangat. Let me just show you these images here coming from Bangat, Republic of Liberia. And this has to do with the global warming. Mr. Cummins, seeing those images that you are saying is happening in Liberia. Is global warming real? What will Cummins' presidency do when it comes to global warming? Are you having a conversation with your team members now?
Yeah. So, Alfonso, global warming is real. The science, and I believe in science. I believe in data. I read a lot, and the science is irrefutable that global warming, climate change is real. But we also need to put it in some context, though, that we are a very small, we as in Liberia, we are a very small contributor to the global warming trends. The reality is, these are facts, is the bigger countries of the world, the United States, Western Europe, China, India, Russia, they are the primary contributors to climate change, to global warming. Let's be clear, and this is not casting aspersion at anybody. These are just facts, and they acknowledge that as well. And we, as in Liberia specifically, we contribute, but it's relatively small, right? But we got to do our part in that regards. We got to protect our forests, or we got to responsibly harvest our forests so that we don't, contribute any more than we should to this climate change situation. So we got to be responsible. But beyond that, though, given the reality of climate change, we got to make sure we're looking after the basic needs of our living in areas in floodplains. If you ride into Robertsfield, on Robertsfield Highway, and many of the houses along the highway were built right in swampy areas because that's our swamp plains. So we got to make sure that we either raise the level, backfilling whatever is required to make sure when people build, they're not in flooded areas, or make sure they don't build in the first place. But my point is, it's not just about building. It's about being responsible, given the reality of climate change. Are we looking after our people? Are we providing the basic needs? Housing, healthcare, education. Are we stopping the stealing and redirecting the money into more productive ways to help our people so that they don't experience the pictures you just described? So 2 answers to the question. One is, let's understand the source of climate change, and we contribute, but we play a very small part in that. We got to be responsible in how we handle climate crisis from our perspective. But even more important, what do we do with that reality in terms of how we make sure our people are protected and they provided the basic needs so that the impact of climate change doesn't affect them in the way that your pictures just depicted.
Okay, well, that's it. Those are the issues we're going to be talking about. We are gradually winding down here, but there are other few things that we still have to touch here, which is very, very much important. Get me correct, just in case if I'm derailing like an end track here this afternoon here. You did not last time attend the economic forum that was held or under the auspices of the government of the Republic of Liberia. Is that correct?
Well, the original one they had was in April. I don't remember, was it 2018 or 19? You may have the facts.
And there was you issue a statement, correct?
I did. I issued not a statement, but I even wrote report with very specific recommendations. We were represented at that meeting. Senator Kanga Lawrence represented the CPP at that meeting, if I recall, if it's the same one we're talking about. But I was not able to attend. I was not in the country at the time. But I wanted to make sure that, because I supported the idea of the conference, and we issued a written set of recommendations that was actually included in the summary of the report. I believe Dr. Toka McIntosh led that process on behalf of the government. And in this final report of many recommendations they got, he included my recommendations in there. So it's on the record, Alfonso, that we participated, although not physically in the room, we participated through very specific recommendations. But what's even more important to Alfonso, the government has done nothing. Zero. That get-together was a facade. You know, they went there, they apparently, the people presented, blah, 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 everybody left. Zero. Nothing happened. Now, look where the economy is today. Look what Liberian people are. They've reduced civil servants' salary, they call it harmonization, reduce it, and still people not getting paid on time regularly every month. I've been traveling around the country. The clinics and healthcare centers around Liberia don't have paracetamol, basic headache medicine, pain medicine. Basic health not available. The schools, no supply. These are facts. Have your reporters on the ground, other people go check. Yeah, I'm not just saying it. I'm not playing politics here. Fact. Liberian people are experiencing the hardship.
You're a politician. Why not play politics?
Well, we can, but I also want people to know that it's fact. I'm not making it up. Oh. It's true, right? It's true. So they did nothing with that. Those recommendations. Forget even mine. There were other good people that recommended that they called and did nothing.
No, so that brings me to the point as we gradually get this plane to land foreign policy. Let's talk a little bit here. The face of Liberia in the sitting government is cardinal, is very, very much important. I remember the late Samuel Doe, at some point in time, there was changes made, brought in a career diplomat, Ernest Eastman, Ambassador Ernest Eastman, then with the Manon River Union, to project to the international community, to donors, to bring in confidence, to restore some sort of credibility to the face of the government. How will the administrations of Alexander Cummings' foreign policy look like with that of the domestic one? How will it be complemented? What will be the fate? Do you have people standing by now if you are elected? Or will you tell us you're going to tell people to hold on as well?
Yeah, no, look, we're building a team of experts, Alfonso, across all the sectors. We're identifying people, healthcare, education, foreign policy, national security, judiciary, etc. But to answer your questions, though, and I'm glad you made a point there. I don't know if listeners caught this, the intersection of domestic policy and foreign policy. They have to be complementary. So on the one hand, you have what I call your traditional foreign policy view, which is very important. What do I mean by traditional? First, foreign policy starts with self-interest. What are your interests? What are you trying to achieve? And again, that's where that intersection of domestic and foreign policy comes into play. But I will come back to that. But there's a recognition that we live within the Manon River Union, so having good relationships with our neighbors, Ivory Coast, Guinea, Sierra Leone, very important that relationships are good. This is why the Guinean situation we have to watch and is worrying. Then we live in the ECOWAS sub-region, so you think about these are concentric circles. So then we've got to make sure our relationships within ECOWAS, we are considered responsible members of ECOWAS. We're paying our dues to these various organizations, and we got to be an important part of that. Then you got the African Union, which we are part of. We are Africans, we're part of the African Union. And then, of course, you got United Nations, the Americans, historically our long-term partner. So understanding and managing all of those things, traditional foreign policy, relationships, important. On the interest part, our interest is the economic development of Liberia. And our foreign policy has to be focused on the economic development development of Liberia. We should be putting embassies in countries that will contribute to the economic development of Liberia. We should have, within the foreign ministry, a group of economists and folks that the foreign ministry should be linked to how can this country or this individual in this country or this sector, how can they help grow the economy of Liberia? We got to be riveted because that's the primary problem. So that for me is the intersection of our domestic and foreign policy, and the example. So Ethiopia having issues now, the civil war, etc. But prior to the challenges they had, they were among the fastest growing economies in the world. Fact, right? Many reasons why that was happening, but I had a chance when I was running Cook Africa, because we were looking at investing in a new facility in Ethiopia, a new plant. And we met with the deputy minister at the time, a woman who was in charge of economic affairs, and she was the one reaching out, trying to attract businesses to Ethiopia through the embassies around the world. She was the coordinator in Addis. And for me, that rang a bell. That says, you know what, given the challenges of the economy in our country, we got to link foreign policy and domestic policy. And so as we talk to foreign partners, we should be thinking, how can they help create jobs for our people? How can they help grow our economy? How can they help in our rubber? How can they help us add value to our iron ore? How can they help with our gold and other natural resources? How can they help us with ecotourism? Who in the United States? Who in the UK? Who in Germany? Who in the EU? Who in China? Who in the Soviet Union? Where are these people that can help us grow economically? And that got to be part of the foreign policy, even in the sub-region. Who in Nigeria or Ghana, right? I think that intersection is important. And in a communist administration, we will link that because it's about creating jobs for our people, getting resources and money to improve healthcare, education, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how we think about foreign policy. It starts with our interest, understanding the interests of others, and then finding a middle ground because it's got to be mutually beneficial for all parties involved. But we got to be clear what our interests are, and it's about the economic growth and sustainability of our country.
Quickly here, I'm concerned because when I monitor the news, I want the good of my country, no matter who is the president. But there must be some evidence, there must be some sort of courage. When I look people that are seeking for the higher post of the land, I don't see them going to other places to talk to a foreign country, even sitting down with ECOWAS leaders, coming to the US here and meeting other people, other world leaders. So when I see other country political leaders or oppositions or government doing that, I'm wondering what is going on with my own country here. Are you having this sort of conversation behind the camera?
Yeah, I am. And I think you will see more of that visibly because, Alfonso, you also have to look at the perspective of the other country. So, the president of Ghana or the president of Ivory Coast, of Nigeria, of Kenya, South Africa, they have to be careful in which opposition leaders they're meeting in other people's countries because they can't be seen to be interfering in the internal affairs of another country. That's a cardinal basic rule of the United Nations, the African Union, and so on, is non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. So even from the perspective of the other presidents, they also have to be careful who they meet. But what I will say to you, those conversations are happening, at least speak for myself, they're happening behind closed doors, one. And two, it will happen more and more when it's clear on who will lead the opposition to go after President Weah. Then I think you will see more visibly, because then the presidents of those countries will of course talk to President Weah, he's their colleague, and they will talk to his major opposition because that opposition will replace him. And he will understand that. And so that happens. If you go back to the United States, right, when it was clear that Barack Obama was going to be the Democratic nominee, he went to Germany and the German president met him because it was either going to be McCain, who he was going against, or it was going to be him. And so then they're free to talk to both sides because both sides know that one of us will be president and we're not hold it against, the country that are having these meetings. So when we set up this CPP nomination situation, then you will see more visibly us interacting with people in the region, in Africa and indeed, across the world. But we're having those quiet conversations as we speak.
Okay, we will soon be wrapping up to bring my guys with the question here, but quickly here, how much the Cummings administration will spend on agriculture, education, and health? What could be the approximate figure that you have on the docket? Enan?
No, so I don't have specific figures in that regard, Alfonso. Again, as we mentioned earlier, we're assembling a team of experts. We know sort of directionally, we know the areas of emphasis where we're going to focus in terms of time and resources. We also know that we're not going to try to do everything. So within each sector, we know we're going to have to prioritize and make choices. But I think it would be premature to put numbers out there now. But I commit to you, though, we will put the next time we have this conversation next year, we'll win the CB nomination. Because again, the full development of the platform for this, because this will be a CPP platform. The full development of the platform and the numbers will come after we made the selection. And the standard bearer, I'm optimistic, confident it will be me. That team will do the work and will put numbers to this. There's a team working now that is starting to do some of that work, a CPP team. We had an initial meeting last week, actually at Bella Casa Hotel. Our current chairman, Yomle Kanga Lawrence, and Lawrence got us together to take a first draft. So it's being worked on. But we're clear on the priorities. And again, when we succeed in leading the CPP, we'll be even more specifics. Because again, on day one, Alfonso, we'll know exactly who, what, when, and how.
And that's
around this country.
In this profession here, that's what we are concerned about. It's not just talking. What do you consider? I'm quite sure you have folks around you here. What do you consider as an honest mistake with folks that are going to be working around you? And what could be a perfect example of an honest mistake if that happens in your cabinet?
Yeah, look, people sometimes say, make statements that it's unintentional but it could be misinterpreted. A mistake that doesn't necessarily harm the country in any way, could be potentially forgiven. A personal indiscretion, we could potentially, forgive. But I want to be, because things are so bad in terms of our behaviors, that I want to be a bit intolerant. Because I think that's necessary. And it's a slippery slope. Yeah, people make honest mistakes, and I will make some mistakes too. And I hope when that happens, Liberian people will cut me a little bit of slack, because none of us are perfect. This is why it's difficult to try to be specific, right? Mm-hmm. And we'll have to judge it given the circumstance, given the nature of the mistake. But the general message to Liberians, and it scares some people, right? When I make these kind of statements, is that the country is where it is that we gotta be a little intolerant of, mistakes and stuff as a means, because we know we're human nature. We know we'll make mistakes. But if you start already excusing it even before it happens, it will be even worse, Alfonso.
The China boy.
And given where the country is, I'm not overly rigid. I will make mistakes too, but let's not compromise. Let's not cut slack too quickly.
You seem to be a transparent guy. So here, how much money have you pumped into your own campaign itself?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to disclose that.
I'm cool with it. Okay, let me bring my analysts. They're going to be asking their 1 or 2 questions here. So we decided to do it in a different context with the whole, to hear the voices themselves, so that the Liberians or the electors themselves can decide, because choices people make, it does have consequences. I am Alfonso Z, and so in this exclusive with Okay, let's bring in our guy here from the liberal land of California, the liberal progressive Samson Branto will be coming in as here, joining us from Saxton, Sacramento Bureau. Near the capital of Washington, D.C. is Professor Asese Labozalo, who also support the efforts of the CDC. And to mention, Samson Toh is a Liberty partisan, but he always put a hook there, say USA. Zablo is here. From Lagos State of Massachusetts, our senior contributor, Mr. Sam D. Jackson, is also here. Gentlemen, welcome. I think the dust is all settled. I want to thank you so much for your patience, for your tolerance, but you know exactly what we do here. So, not more than 3 questions. We want to be within the confines of the time, and we're going to be having a post-conversation. So, let me start from the liberal, California, Samson Branto. You listen to Mr. Cummings extensively. We're not going to end all here. This is the first time. Hopefully, we are really grateful that he makes time available for us here. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. So. Honorable Cummings, thank you very much for that lengthy conversation. It was very, very much eye-opener, to be honest with you, and I appreciate it. But Mr. So, I also want to thank you for a good job. But the reason I'm saying thank you, you have me side by side with Honorable Cummings, and you have the professor at the bottom.
3 steps are done. The next step, it will be the initial.
You want to remain corrupt and steal money? That I beg them. The money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God bless. Oh, you want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money? That I beg them. The money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God bless. Oh, you want to encourage those who want to remain.
If you can't hear me, you just need to restart your phone, because I always check myself here, Betty. Let me check you on the other line. Yeah. For most of you guys who watch soccer in from Europe, you know, our continent, Africa, has produced a lot of good players. And for those of you guys that don't know the role that African players have played in Europe, I don't blame you guys for that. All right? I don't blame you guys for that. But we'll come back to that a little bit, and I will give you guys more detail on that. And then, of course, why it is
steal money, that I beg them. The money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God bless. Oh, you want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money? That I beg them. The money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God bless. Oh, you want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money? That I beg them. The money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God bless. Oh, you want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money? That I beg them. The money should be used to bless our people. Thank you and God bless. Oh, you want to encourage those who want to remain corrupt and steal money?
So let me share this other video here again about Liberia. So let's see here. All right. Let's see which one first. All right. Let's go to the fire one first. All right. Let's go to the fire one here. All right. Let me tell you how your people do things like bro over there. Let's watch the video here so you can hear how your people conduct themselves in the country.
By the Joint Security of the Republic of Liberia.
Okay.
That have now fallen short.
Okay.
The investigations are underway. The Joint Security is working tirelessly to ensure that we give the Liberian people some answers to what has happened in the nation.
All right.
At this point in time, I think it's only fair for us to brief as to how far we are.
Okay.
If you all could recall,
over
the last few press conferences or briefings that we've had, I've been very, very clear on my words. I've minced my words as far as calling the situation at the Capitol an arson, and told you all that we're still investigating. And we're looking at, even though there were elements pointing towards that, but we could not with all definitive say.
All right, so let me stop this here, guys. Let me stop this here and try to pick your brain here, right? Okay. So, I mean, this is Liberia, right? So this is your country here. This is our country. Let me just try to show you guys a quick video here before. Let me just show you guys a screenshot video here before I start to explain to you, all right? So let's come to the other video right here. All right, let's come to the other video right here so I can show it to you guys here. All right, so let me try to show you guys here. All right, so this is a case study here, right? So take a look at the case study here. This is the case study here. I will post this on my timeline so that you guys who want to be very interested in fire investigation. So I just want you to listen to this briefly here, all right, before we get back to Gregory Cuomo.
The structure was a one-story, single-family residence with a single attached garage.
So this is a house that got on fire, all right? So as you can see here, scene exam. It's a fundamental purpose of conducting a scene exam to collect all available data and document the scene. So what is happening here is, let me just give you guys a quick screenshot here. All right, so this is it's called fire, all right? Right here it's called Fire Investigation 101 here, all right? This is a training video here, and I just thought to share with you guys here, all right? In the video here, there are a lot of things that people went through here, and I just want to brief you guys on it quickly here, all right? So the home guy in fire here, all right, so this is the fire guy here, and you can take a good look at this for your own general knowledge. It will help you to understand how people investigate fire, all right? And then these are all the different steps, scientific method, and scientific method to investigate fire. I mean, this is a whole presentation here. It tells you how to investigate fire and stuff, how to collect the data and stuff like that. So there was an area where the guy was analyzing the cause of the fire. Let's see what we can listen to this briefly here.
The hallway and lessen towards the floor. This fire pattern is a result of the hot gas and smoke layer traveling along the ceiling and banking down. This pantry door and the doorway opposite show see here. So now I had to the fridge and the right-hand side of the scum discolored from being exposed to high heat and had available in this area. We have the electric grill on the stovetop, the microwave. There was a toaster. The range.
So, guys, the reason I'm showing you guys is when fire incident happened in the U.S. and other developed countries, there is a time to do the exam. There is a time to do the data collection, and in that time period, nobody is going to come out. And nobody going to come out to say, "Oh, we got a fire." He said, "We know what went on with the fire." Since that Capitol building got on fire, it's been almost 3 weeks now, going to 4 weeks, or maybe 2 weeks, going to 3 weeks. The last time we heard from the police director or the police IG, Mr. Gregory Cuomo said, "Oh, we are going to get people from abroad to come and do the forensic investigation." But when I listened to Mr. Gregory Cuomo video today, as you're about to listen to it too, Mr. Gregory Cuomo is telling you guys that the cause of the fire is considered to be an arson. But the investigation hasn't concluded yet. He's coming up. That guy gonna that guy and Boga are gonna mess that country up. That guy and Boga are gonna mess that country up. Because you know what they're doing? They want to go after Safoko. That's what they want to do. So they just clearing the airway. They're going to go after Safoko. They want to arrest Safoko. They think that Boga looking for in our country. I just pray for the innocent people in our country. Because that country might go into chaos. Yes, that country might go into chaos. They think that Gregory Cuomo is looking for in our country. Everything the international community has paid money for to restore, to repair. Gregory Cuomo want to cause trouble in our country. Just the other day, before the main fire break, there was an electrical investigation. I want you to register this. There had never been any conclusion. If you watch the video, and I'll post it on my page, when the guy explained to you how much time it takes to investigate a post-fire incident to determine the root cause, when you look at that thing and understand the process involved, the scientific analysis, how to determine whether it's it was caused by mechanical effect, mechanical malfunction or electrical, hazard. It takes a lot of time, but for you to hear a guy like Gregory Como coming up and saying, oh yeah, we already know what it calls. Gregory Como is not a fire scientist. He has no idea about fire investigation. They had not concluded that the cause of the fire is due to arson. Even if it's due to arson, just because somebody said it, it is in no way for you to say, oh, we're going to investigate. You can call the man to the police station and say, hey, this thing is caused by an arson. That man will have the right to look at that document if he wants to. Or he can say, look, I may have said something 3 months ago in July. It happened in October or November. I got nothing to do with that. The fact that they don't have no CCTV to show who were walking there. The fact that they don't have no face recognition to see who came in there to arrest that person. Because it is one thing for somebody to say that burning place. It's another thing to have people who you consider to be material witness or people who are first-hand suspect that you grab on the scene. They don't have no CCTV, no police or security guard recognize anybody. They are not made any arrest. They wouldn't trying to come in and tell you guys that bring people that, oh, it is an arson. That means somebody delivered a bottle of gas and burned the building. And you guys know that Safoko said something about burning the building down. Does that in any way give Gregory Como the right? Because I can tell you now that man is going for. There's nobody else in Liberia going for. They won't go arrest that guy. This thing is going to turn into Charles Taylor and Roosevelt Johnson. If you guys don't remember April 6th, that's how it started. Charles Taylor versus Roosevelt Johnson. Because I can tell you now that CDC boss will not stand over there to allow Safoko to be dragged by Unity Party. This thing is going to get very nasty. I'm telling you guys right now. The war going to close to Liberia. All right? Don't take my word for it. Just remember, I said Jeremy said it here on Wednesday. On Wednesday, during the month of January. This thing going to turn into be Roosevelt Johnson versus Charles Taylor. And they attempt to go arrest that guy. Because when you call that man and say, oh, we're sending for you to come to the police station, you already know who you are. The man can come and say, it's not me. I did not do it. So what are you going to do? Somebody going to force the man? Yeah, because we know the Boca administration now, they don't respect the rule of law. All right? They got a speaker who did not follow the procedures, right? Yes. They got a speaker. Mr. Boca did not declare, and he and official did not declare their access on time. They don't follow the rule of law. They just believe in bypassing the system. They pass a budget with all no legal procedure. You think they will not go arrest and another lawmaker and say, oh, we're going to charge you for arson? This thing here is going to go down. This year, it's not going to be easy in our country. And some people are going to die for nothing. All right? Some people are going to die for nothing. This thing is not, because even if you call them an investigative man, you got to have proof that the men were actually involved. For the fact that that building don't have closed circuit television, they don't have 24-hour security. Nobody saw somebody go in there. There's no evidence. And then you want to listen. Let's listen to Gregory Como here again, people. Let's listen to Gregory Como here, all right? They think you're playing with somebody you got like that there was a 1996 war, how it started. You come to see your part of you're in 2025, all right? Yeah, 2025, right? Okay, let me show you guys the video here again. Let's go by here again. Gregory Como is not the fire chief. The fire chief hasn't come out yet to say, we have conducted our investigation. We brought in experts that have determined that the cause of the fire is XYZ. Not to mention the fact that before that building got on fire, there was a time where they have an electrical panel fire hazard. Nobody investigated that to say, yes, we did investigate that fire. We know what caused the fire, and we have recommended a recommendation. So that means there was an existing fire in that building. It was never addressed. Could it be the reason why that place got on fire again? We don't know. All right? But we are hearing from the police director. I just call him a police director. We are hearing from the police director that, oh, the whole thing is an arson. What proof does he have that it's an arson? What proof? When the investigation had not been fully, not fully, but the investigation had not been concluded. All right? The fire chief should come out and say, look, we have conducted the investigation and it is determined that the cause of the fire is not X, Y, Z, and whatever it is. We believe that arson played a role, but we don't have sufficient evidence because we lack other technology. There is no CCTV. There wasn't no full security on site. So who caused the fire is undetermined. But then you're going to go on somebody who said something in July and say, oh yeah, that man the cause? Really? All right, let's listen to here, folks. Let's listen to here. That thing you play with somebody you gotta invest in that country there, you'll regret it. You will regret it. Look, guy ain't going to, this guy ain't get a damn, but you got. So let's listen to him right again. Check it out. Listen to him.
Earlier, that there will be joint investigation by the Joint Security of the Republic of Liberia. That have now fallen short. The investigations are underway. The Joint Security is working tirelessly to ensure that we give the Liberian people some answers to what has happened in the nation.
All right, so let me ask the guy a question now, right? Why is the Joint Security doing with fire investigation? The Joint Security should only come into play when the fire investigation is complete and there is a reasonable cause, a cause that got enough evidence that point to specific people. When people are speaking like that, it means that they have already reviewed a video and you know what, they already seen the suspect. And because they don't want to start calling names for people to run away, that went the way the guy is speaking. But you got to understand, Liberian, when fire occurs, all right? We got the whole thing right here, all right? Let me just read it for you guys here, all right? When fire burns down a property, all right? The first thing that needs to be done, and I'll read it for you guys here for your own education, all right? Last time I told you guys, we got a fire management program, all right? Welcome back, Pamoto. All right? When fire burn a property down or a place down, one, immediate response. The immediate response is fire suppression. What does that mean? Firefighter extinguish the fire and secure the area to prevent reignition. That means for it to not get on fire. That's the first thing. You got to take care of that. That's the first thing you got to take care of that. Number two, bullet point number two, emergency services. So when the fire people extinguish the fire and secure the scene, then you have emergency services. All right? Emergency services will be the next to come into action. And their purpose there is to ensure, evacuate, all right? Ensure safety, evacuate occupants, and provide medical attention if necessary. That is the first, that is the second step. I mean, the second bullet point. The third thing there is to what? Scene securing. They secure the scene. The fire scene is condoned off to preserve evidence and prevent unauthorized access. These are standard way that things are supposed to take place. So for the immediate response, you got the fire people that will come in there, quench the fire, to secure the scene. The medical people will show up, and then to ensure that anybody who is in the building or in the area are given some treatment after they have been evacuated. Then the third will be scene securing. The people will come, the fire people will come and secure the scene to preserve any evidence. Then, after those three steps are done, the next step, it will be the initial assessment. The initial assessment will follow a preliminary inspection. Investigator will perform an initial walkthrough to identify the fire point of origin and possible causes. We have never seen any fire people going on there because Gregory Coleman told us on another interview that they are sending for people from abroad to carry on the investigation. But there are no indication that that fire scene has been protected. All right? All right. So let's continue here. Then the second phase in the initial assessment has to do with witnesses interview. All right? Witnesses interview. Statements are taken from property owner, occupant, neighbor, and first responder. Have that been carried out? Guys, I'm going to read it in the web mentor ought to be here. Any of you guys who get into any fire incident, this thing I'm telling you would be the best way to go through. Whether that your car, God forbid, something personally belong to you, everything I'm reading up to you here, in order for you to get fair justice or any kind of financial benefit, all these steps got to go through. All right? Now, so have they interviewed any witnesses? Statement being taken from property owner or the facility manager or whoever it is? No. Then after that, you come to the fire investigation itself. What does that entail? Origin and cause determination. Investigators use a pattern, burn marks, debris, and heat signature to locate the fire origin and identify the potential ignition source. That has not been, that we don't know about that yet. All right. Next thing is evidence collection. Physical evidence such as electrical component, accelerant, or damaged appliances is collected for laboratory analysis. None of those things have been done, and you got Gregory Como out there. So let's start this and go to Gregory Como again. All right. So far, fire investigation, we are only going through the 3 steps. All right. The first one say evidence and cause determination. The fire investigator will use a pattern called the burns, the debris, and the heat signature to locate the fire origin and identify the source. The next thing that's going to happen there is evidence collection. Physical evidence such as electrical component, accelerant, or damaged appliances is collected for laboratory analysis. That hasn't been done. All right. Then the third thing there is what? Photos and video documentation. They don't have no CCTV. How do we know? All right. Detailed image and video of the scene are captured for record keeping and analysis. Examination of the system. Investigator will inspect the electrical, gas, or mechanical system for malfunction. We don't have some of those things there. Then you go to laboratory analysis. Everything that you took to the lab. All right. It's a long process, tedious process. Laboratory analysis, forensic testing, collected evidence. So the forensic testing will test every evidence that has been collected, such as accelerant or electrical wiring, is tested to confirm the fire cause, the cause of the fire. All right. Example, whether that is arson, accidental, or natural. None of those things have been done. None of those things. So let's start by listening to Gregory Como here, folks. These guys are going to start trouble in our country.
At this point in time, I think it's only fair for us to brief as to how far we are. If you all could recall, over the last few press conferences or briefings that we've had, I've been very, very clear on my words. I've minced my words as far as calling the situation at the Capitol an arson, and told you all that we're still investigating. And we're looking at, even though there were elements pointing towards that, but we could not, with all definitive.
All right, so guys, the mayor is concluding now, right? This is how these guys are misleading our people. Aside from political witch hunt, you have a you have a police chief that is not detailing to you the step I'm giving you. But he's standing over there, or he stood over there today and telling you, oh, I'm sure that this is due to arson. How do you qualify, how do you quantify, how do you describe an incident as such when you have not followed through the process? There have been no news report that will come out and say, look, gentlemen, the Liberian Fire Services, they are into a very detailed investigation. We visited the area and we were pushed back because of evidence gathering and the protection of information. None of those things have been brought to your attention. And I want you guys to understand this. None of those things. Everything I read for you guys, none of those things have been done. But the man is coming up. For example, where we stopped before we went to the video, forensic testing. He's not telling you, say, look, we are conducting forensic testing that will look at the evidence that have been collected from the burn scene. And, you know, we will look forward to that forensic testing. He's not saying those things. He's not measuring those things. The guy is coming out swinging and telling you, say, oh, it is determined that it is already an arson. So this guy is already finished joshing the case. And you know, so whatever the fire board doing, it become irrelevant. All right, you see the way Boca then working. Let me tell you now. You need to understand the pattern of how Joe Boca government works, and that the only way you get to know how crooked Joe Boca is. All right, you see Rachel Cohn, the rebel takeover speaker, they did not have the 49%. But what did they do? They created their own speaker. All right, now that they have that rebel speaker, they are now soliciting, bringing member on their side. And you know, so when they bring member on their side, they will say, oh, whatever guy was speaker. That means that they will not go through the hearing on the floor anymore. They will say, gentlemen, we are not majority anymore. We already got the number. This is our speaker here. That is a fake way of getting a speaker, a bypass the system. Now, they see that it's working in their favor, because the next video you're going to listen to, you're going to be very shocked and you're going to be disgusted about your country. All right? And there's another video to that again. Tonight, when you leave from here, you will say, J. Randy, I really understand and trust your analysis now. All right? Now, stick with me on this one and share the video. They already got a speaker, but they did not prove to you guys that they got the number, right? No. Because that means they did not go through the process. So you see, that is what they had done with the speakership now. So they're going around and saying Rachel Cohn is the speaker. Now, they come into the fire incident. By protocol, there should be a template that's supposed to follow the process of any fire incident investigation. The report hasn't come out yet. We had never heard a full-blown report from the National Fire Service that kind of detailed their investigation from the initial phase to the final phase, and with a conclusion to say, here is a report, it is determined. Then, here's the report, and here's the summary of the report right over here. A brief summary, maybe 2 paragraphs, that kind of summarize what the investigation had determined the cause of the fire. None of those things have been done. Now you got Gregory Como coming on and say, oh, it is arson. So that means they already feel purpose in their mind that we don't give a damn. What that report say? We know it is an arson. And right? An arson now they are saying that because Foucault said 3 months ago, I mean, it's almost going to 4 months now, because he said that in July. So they are now saying, oh, it is arson. So that means they're going for, they already feeling coming up with a conclusion now that it is arson. So they're going for Foucault. So you see the pattern? They will always come and lie to you. So the next thing you need to be watching for now, and the bigger one, Boca people will start telling you in 2029 that Boca finna win the election when the result had not come. Don't take my word for it, folks. That time will come, you say, Jeremy, you're right. Everything the guys are doing, you need to follow it, track it, and trend it. Track it and trend it. They created a speaker without getting the number. They had not concluded a fire investigation. They say it's arson, and they want to pin it on Foucault. The next thing you will see them doing, they will come up with that election and say we already won, wherein the results are still being counted. You got to understand the guys. You got to think ahead of these crooks. If you don't do it, they will harm you. We just read everything here, right? You tell me. Let the fire brigade men come up and tell you what they had done here. So let's go through the list here. Let's go through the list here, all right? So we have the forensic testing. The next thing you're supposed to do, the 5th stage of that fire investigation is report compilation. And you know, to compile the report. Report compiling, all right? So you have done the investigation, all right? How do we go about doing that before Gregory Como comes in? All right? Because the fire incident has not been determined to be an act of criminality. Nobody knows whether anybody put that building on fire. We don't know. What we do know, one is that building had an electrical issue that created a spark that led to some fire. We saw the fire boat go in there to quench the fire. Now, next time we know the building on fire. But there are so many speculation that will determine, that will be coming out of people's mouth. Those are all speculation. Those are all opinion with all no facts. How do we erase those kind of opinion? That is when now the fire people will come in. So to walk you through that process, when fire happens, you got to do the immediate response. We already discussed that. The initial assessment, we already talked about that. The fire investigation. Then that investigation will lead to laboratory analysis. And within a laboratory analysis, there will be forensic investigation, such as testing evidence or things that they had gathered that was sent to the lab for analysis that will determine the true cause of the fire. Once those 4 steps are done, the report will be compiled, and then they will report that. So let's see what it say on the report, compile or compilation. All right. Incident report. Firefighters submit a report documenting their action during the event. 1. Fire investigation report. Summary overview of the fire, including time, location, and response. Origin and cause. Finding about where and how the fire started. 2. Contributing factor. All right? Contributing factor. All right? Contributing factor. Yeah, but the contributing factor, what we talk about here? Okay. Detail on contributing conditions such as faulty wiring or human action. All right? So, another human action could be the arson they're talking about. All right. Damage assessment. Estimate of structure and content losses. Then you got conclusion. Determination of fire classification. That is when after all those things, the last thing that will determine what? The fire classification. What caused the fire? Those things have not been done, folks. Everything I just read to you, it has not been done. The last thing you want to do to come out and say it's an arson is to go through all the steps I just showed to you. Gregory Coleman sending over there. You guys need to understand these things. You're living in a developed country. You need to read more. You need to come here and have the conversation. Mr. Coleman has not gone through the step of carrying on a fire investigation. He hasn't gone through those steps. Initial response, what it entails. Immediate response, what it entails. Initial assessment, what it entails. Fire investigation, laboratory analysis, forensic testing. When those things are done, then you bring that thing, the result, into the report gathering. And on the report gathering, you're going to list everything what the firefighter then did. And then in that report, which is section 5, is where you will talk about the fire classification. It could either be accidental, arson, or undetermined. But no, they're not looking at those things. They are squarely saying that it's arson. All right? It's arson. That's what they're saying. And then the final step, after that, the final step will lead to what? Legal follow-up. Legal follow-up. So they escape from step 1. They escape all the way to step 5. And they tell you that, oh, it's arson. But when you ask them for forensic evidence, when you ask them for scientific gathering, where are the information? No. So listen to the guy again, all right? So when you listen to Gregory Coleman, what you need to ask Gregory Coleman, all right? Before you came out to accuse people, the fire report had not been completed. How can you come out and say it is an arson? What is the purpose of having a fire service? When it comes to fire, they're supposed to go there and start to protect the scene and collect a lot of evidence. But he never did that. But then he came in and gave me the conclusion that the cause of the fire is due to arson. But we know that it could be electrical fault, it could be arson, and it could be undetermined. You don't have forensic people in the country over there, and then you're talking all the kind of thing there. So this thing is all planned. This thing going to be a rerun on April 6, 1996. Now we're coming up here. April 6, because any attempt to go and arrest Foco will all any true investigation. Because remember, they say part of the evidence gathering, you got to have video, you got to have documents, you got to have scientific and laboratory analysis to have all these things put out there. Then after those things have been done, if it determined that the fire classification, because the fire, what he's telling you guys now is the fire classification in the absence of the other step. No laboratory analysis, no evidence gathering, no testing, nothing. Gregory Coleman is just coming out as a police IG that had no idea, nothing about fire investigation, and he's telling you that, oh, I just saw that fire and I know straight that arson, because I know that there's a guy who in the House of Representatives that said 6 3 months or 4 months ago, that you are going to burn that place. So whatever happened over there, I give a damn. Gregory Coleman did not come out to tell you guys when that place got initially burned. You saw that video. He didn't come out now to say, German, yes, the cause of the fire is this. He didn't call on the fire people to investigate. They swept that under the rug. But now somebody have put that place on fire. This thing is going to turn into a very big political fire in our country. You're playing with stuff here. You're playing with stuff. Yeah. All right. So once the report is concluded, that when you have the final step now, number 6 talk about the final step. If it is determined after all these steps that I mentioned to you, if it concluded that the fire is either accidental, arson, or undetermined, the 6th step is to what? Legal follow-up. What does the legal follow-up mean? All right. If arson is suspected, evidence is handed over to the law enforcement for prosecution. So you see, Gregory Coleman did not go through all that step, folks. They did not go through all that step. So they jump over step 1. That is the immediate response. They jump over step 2. That is the initial assessment. They never did that. They jump over step 3. That is the fire investigation. They jump over step 4. That is the laboratory analysis. They jump over step 5 from the incident report. They skip that one. Investigation fire report. They skip that one. The summary, the origin, the cause. They only came to their conclusion that the fire is this. So they just did a portion of step 5 after skipping from step 1 to step 4. They only did step 5 on the conclusion. Then now they're coming out to step 6 that talk about legal follow-up. And what happened in step 6 when it comes to legal follow-up? If arson is suspected, evidence is handed over to the law enforcement officer. That's what the guys are doing. They never followed the whole step. Did anybody tell you guys today on any platform today? Because people don't do their research. You see, we in this country, especially for me, the role that I play, I'm part of the fire management aspect of my operation. We have insurance companies that come to our facility. They do an inspection of our entire building. And they make sure that we put in fire foams and other things. Because when any building gets burned, the investigation will take place. And therefore, on what we call business continuity plan. I don't know some of you guys who have heard about that before. Business continuity plan also involves risk assessment to the building. So every year we bring in our insurance company, they inspect our buildings. Whatever we get in there, they take an inventory and then they look at the fire suppression system we have. And we also bring in the local fire municipal station. All right? They come and do their annual inspection. When they come, they will tell you when fire happens, these are steps that you need to follow. All these things are training as some organ. So when Gregory Coleman come here and don't go through all these steps and telling you guys, oh, it's arson, you need to go back and ask Gregory Coleman. So what I will do for you guys, if I have the time, I'm going to ask Gregory Coleman. We're going to list all the things. Gregory Coleman, why are you now concluding that the cause of the fire is arson when you have not done one? When the fire services have not done the initial response report, when they are not conducted the initial assessment, the fire investigation, the laboratory analysis that include forensic testing, and the final report that describe the cause of the fire. Why these steps have not been brought forward to the public, and you now, Gregory Coleman, jumping to the conclusion that it is arson that caused the fire. When Liberian people who can read and understand, they will know that Gregory Coleman is not operating as himself. I can firmly believe and tell you guys that Joseph Boyka is doing this thing here to cause trouble in our country. Some of you guys don't know the papi intention, but you will get to know. The papi is a wolf in sheep clothing. You're going to take out that sheep clothing and you're going to see the actual wolf. When that papi set that country ablaze, where things that some of you guys have invested into turn into a 1 week, 2 week chaos where things will start burning. The youth in our country are very, very angry right now. All right, you saw the video. Whenever something get happy, you see they kind of aggressive that in the youth. They're taking riders. That country is getting banned off, and that puppy keep holding that torch in his hand and just passing around that gasoline field. All it takes is for you to just let that gasoline hit that fire, that whole country will go on blaze. That's what the puppy is doing. Gregory Cuomo has not conducted any, the fire service has not completed its report. This is what he's seeing here. Listen to here again, folks. This is what he's seeing here.
I say that it was an arson. Today, January 8th.
Let's go back again. Let's go back again.
All could recall over the last few press conferences or briefings that we've had, I've been very, very clear on my words. I've minced my words as far as calling the situation at the Capitol an arson, and told you all that we're still investigating and we're looking at...
So how can you describe something without empirical formula? How can you call out something without empirical formula? You know how sometimes we call stereotyping in America? By the time somebody sees you say, oh, that got a black man, the king to steal. In the country, we call that stereotyping. We call it racial profiling. You see a guy in a BMW, you say, oh, that man, I dropped you, I go put that man over. That's exactly what Gregory Cuomo is doing with the fire business here. He is down telling you that because it's a fire, it's completely arson. Don't do any investigation. We know it's an arson. How does he know it's an arson? Is he part of it? Did he set it up too? Because if he come out the middle kind of direct statement, that means he's part of it. If he's not part of it as a law enforcement officer, what do? You have to wait, file the procedures. I cannot speak to the issue now as to what caused the fire in our press conference. Here is the fire chief here. Fire chief will come say, look guys, we are investigating the cause of the fire. Here are things that we're going to be doing. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe we had the initial response you guys saw out there. Now we are now going through the initial investigation. We are still collecting evidence. We want the public to know that we are doing everything possible. No, they're cutting everything. They're using a cookie cutter to cut into the chase and say, he come here now and say, oh, it's arson. Well, how did he know that it is arson when you have the fire chief over there? So he's stepping over the fire chief now and coming to say, oh, it is arson. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your country. People don't follow how things are supposed to be done. They're always creating instability in the country. They're always setting up the country for failure. They're always setting up the country to get into chaos. This thing is going to resemble April 6, 1996. You're going to see fun. CDC will not allow folks to be dragged to court and to be thrown in jail or to be found guilty or something that they don't have evidence of. This is pure witch hunt, if you ask me. Let's continue here again. I want also listen to the fire chief here. All right?
With all definitive say that it was an arson. Today, January 8th, at this point in time, I'm here to officially inform the nation that we have sufficient evidence to call the act at the Capitol an act of arson. The Chief of Fire Service is here. He will throw some light on it, and then I will also follow up on some briefings as per the establishment of motive and intent and possible collaborator, conspirators, and executioners of this horrific incident at the Capitol, which is very disturbing to the nation, and that the people are eagerly waiting to hear from us where we are. Honorable Buffalo, if you wanted to say a few words, and then I can continue from there, or...
So here is the thing here, right? Here's the whole thing here. You had a fire incident. The fire incident should have been chaired by the National Fire Service. The fire service chief is the one that's supposed to come out to be the first to brief the public on this, because it's a fire incident. It has not been determined whether it is an incident, it's a crime scene or a crime has been committed. Fire can be set by anything. So fire can be naturally occurrence or due to natural occurrence. It can be due to unidentified situation. It can be due to accelerant or electrical or mechanical stuff. And it is the responsibility of the fire chief to do that investigation. Only when it is determined that there is a foul play, like human error or human intent, then that report will be concluded and shared with the relevant authority, and then public will have access to that, and then you will be able to see that. But he came out, Gregory Coleman came out, already gave the answer. So what are you coming to listen to the fireman when Gregory Coleman already told you that arson? He is saying it from his mouth when he got no right to say it, and only the police chief. So let's listen to the fire service chief. Let's listen to what the fire service chief come to say here now, folks. Things are also down right now. Let's listen.
Thank you, RG. Good afternoon. I know you've been calling me, asking why we are not saying anything. You know, when it comes to investigation, there are a lot of things involved. So you have to take your time to go, through it so that we can get the facts out. Like you said, we have almost at the point of conclusion. And from our observation on the Capitol building, there were flammable substance used in the cause of fire there. And so indeed, like you said, the final report will be out, and we just want to briefly let you know that from our observation, there was flammable substance used that caused the fire at the Capitol building. Thank you. To throw a little more light on
You see it? So this fire guy here, all right, this guy, the fire guy has been limited in some ways. And he's been considered to be a passive guy. You listen to the guy. This guy who is the fire chief should be the one leading that press conference. Should be the one giving all the information. But he's coming up and just making a statement that Joe Walker plan. As for love, this is not fun. Joe Walker is planning to arrest Foco. Don't take that for fun. Joe Walker plan is to ensure that they arrest Foco. So you might be taking it for fun. I'm saying that on the show here. It will come a time they will say Foco has been asked to be arrested. Guess what? They are planning to arrest Foco. So your business will be laughing about it. You all right? They are planning to arrest Foco. That is the bottom line. So when they announce that Foco is going to be summoned and he's being held at the police station against his will, now when you will get serious. Nothing that's aligned with fire incident investigation has been concluded. The man who is the fire chief, you want to tell me he doesn't understand the steps involved in conducting an investigation? He just came out over there and want to agree with a guy who is the police without him feeding the information to the guy. You see that? You see that? That is the kind of country we have. And that's how Boga want to run the country. Boga is not following any evidence. So all the guys behind Boga, those are things that they're doing. So at the end, the fire report is supposed to be submitted to the relevant authority, including the public, for the public to see actually what happened, because the public are the taxpayer. So that report is supposed to be made available for us to see what was tested, what was gathered, so that we can be able to discuss it. But they have not done none of those steps. And we're telling you that it is due to us. Y'all get ready, folks. Let's move on here. We press the time here quickly here. All right. So let's move on to the next video here, folks. It's not easy in your country. All right. You know, they always are saying, when you listen to these guys, let's go back to the other video the other day. All right. I want to bring a very important point. And folks, and before I bring out that point, I want to remind you guys. And you know, so let me play this here. All right. So listen to this here.
What I could say, but there are some ranking fruits. Now, say you be kept, be synthesized to make sure that will create and give an environment that will give what the opportunity to do like those right.
You are one of those who are in the South. What's your message to them right now? A lot of police who are here.
What I think Speaker Kofa should not be considered or looked at as an obstacle. We that say we stand aside the law, our comment does not mean that we stand aside the law. We are standing aside the law, but the Liberian people first. Together and
sort out what we consider our grievances and do the real work.
What was the message in there to your police?
Oh, I told them that yes, there was a bill on the floor calling for the tenant of the sanction on some of our police to get the pay for December. Okay, and then that's why I came in, and I thought that two rights don't amount to one right. I mean, two wrongs don't amount to one right. When you want to be a leader,
so let's see what we can have. Honorable Small Moba. Honorable Small Moba, welcome to closing argument.
No, you're right. Closing argument.
So today you are attending the majority block session, and many are concerned about your attendance. Yeah. Can you speak to that?
I think my attendance having to do with the Liberian people. It's not about any individual. I think it's about time not just to sit and have those strategies to look forward to what we are gathering at. My thing is the Liberian people job, and the Liberian people job is our interest. So, and being here today to represent my district is not about the pocket. Let me get it clear. It's not about the pocket. I always tell people it's about our people interest.
What has changed today?
Oh, nothing much have changed. What we can do is because the only thing we know about is working. I believe in development, right? So in my district, I'm working. Nothing changed. And we look up to this year to see what we can do more development. The thing is not just about the policy we make at capital building.
So does that mean that the fight is over?
I will say this. I'm one person. I believe in the law. I believe in the rule of law. And if we all can abide by the rule of law, Liberia will be a better place.
What was the message to your colleagues in there concerning the impasse at the House of Representatives to find a remedy to what is happening?
I think the rest of other police will come on board hopefully by Tuesday. It's in the interest of our people that we are coming on board, not for anyone, not for anything. It's because of the interest. We believe that together, if we can come together and do the Liberian people job, what they are yearning for, I think most of what we are looking at, especially our agenda issue, will be seen on the table. So it's not about getting a cluster Zoom, right, to differentiate yourself from the house. We will be there Tuesday, majority will be there
for the sake of...
Pardon?
Embattled speaker yet to resign. What's your message?
What are embattled speaker?
All right, guys. So we continue to hear it's about the people. It's about the people, right? So let's assume that every district representative in Liberia is doing everything possible for the sake of the people, right? Let's just consider that as a face value. And I want you to get into my head. When the people come up to you and say, when somebody go to work and say, look, I have my kids. And I'm very concerned about my kids. I need a job to support my kids. Everyone will feel that, oh, they need that job, right? Okay. So let's get into this other part here now, all right? So I'm going to put that to test. What you guys are saying, what are the people of Liberia actually understand that? So let me put it to test. All right? Let me put this to test here. Let me put this to test. All right? I would like to put this to test here so that you guys can understand my point here. Let me put this to test so that we can get to see what I'm talking about here. I mean, for me, I'm a realist. I love to put things to test. All right? I love to put things to test here. All right? Representatives always saying they are for the people, right? Yes. All right? So let's see here. All right. All right, so guys, we have the video here, right? I want you to take a look at the video. Let me try to blow the video up here. All right, listen to the video here. Now, I'm taking you into the video, and I want you to remember this. Every representative in our country called Liberia, they always say to you that it is in the interest of the people, right? I mean, I would be happy if I have a representative that often go out there and say, I am doing this on behalf of the people. We are here to do a Liberian people job. You know what I mean? They are assuming the responsibility of every human being within that district. And that responsibility means they're going to cover every issue of that person. That means they're going to provide what? Medical services at the people description or at the people will. They're going to make sure that they have better security in their communities. They're going to make sure that they have good school system. And you name it. Fire, police, they're going to make sure they have that, right? Because when people say we are doing it in the interest of the people, right? Now, that is the mindset that I have. And that is the mindset that I believe that when a person can say, I'm doing this on behalf of the people. Yes. When Moses went to the people and said, let my people go in the Bible, those Israelis were looking at Moses and said, this is our guy. This is our guy. And Moses and God did everything to protect the people of Israel out of Egypt, right? You saw the video, right? Now, if the lawmaker then come out to tell you, say, this is for our people. This is for our people. Now, let me take you to the video here so you can see what I'm trying to compare here, all right? Very graphic video, all right? Very, very graphic video, all right? And it has some sad content in it, but I don't want us to focus on the sad content right now. I want us to listen and remember. You already done the listening part now. Remember when the people say, oh, it's for our people, right? Now, every district in Liberia has a representative that often tell you that we are here to do the people job. And they have been doing this since 2005 up to present. Some of them have been there for 12 years, 18 years, right? All right, you know what they're talking. Let's get to the video here now, all right? Let's get to the video here. All right, let's get to the video here.
Hey guys, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending your time. This is my mommy of the Republic of Liberia from French Legislature took that time. And my people, today I'm here with another sorrowful story. Serious problem. They were in our house doing comedy, enough funny. Okay. So before I go into it, I will let you to please share this video for me. The only help you can give me is to share this video for me. Okay. So I'm going to get some people on the page there that will say, sorry, get well soon, get well soon. Okay, you're going to get well soon and I'm back. Previously, I'm not back. But the only thing you can do is to share the video. Let somebody who have the hair to help, so they will come and help this person, because between death and life, the person now as we speak, just one more we will read. I don't know what how many more days. I did and you know me already. I hated to post rest in peace. Anything that has to do with rest in peace, yeah, it will not get nothing in common. Okay, so there's this family that been behind me since they posted, you know, the way in my DM, right? They start sending me pictures and things in my DM. Last year, 2024. But the thing about, you know, got some people there too. They follow all kind of things, and they will say things in your DNA. They can say that something as soon you go into it lead to different things. Okay, so I've been very, very careful. Since I posted Phoebe program, and then people were able to help Phoebe to do a surgery, and now Phoebe is okay. She's fine. So this family been behind me ever since. And to 2025 now, I decided to go in my message, in my DM. I saw it, and I think they sent me pictures. They talk about it. They only text me. They talk about it. Now they send me pictures. So I wanted the pictures. When I saw the pictures, I was shocked. I went outside. Then I showed the pictures to somebody. I said, then I went in here. The person said, this is the video. I want you. Yeah, I was you know, something here there. I said no. So later on, the carrying questions started, you know, testing me over and over and over and over.
All right, guys. So let me just take you guys to where I want to come here, right? So let's get to the image here. Let's try to get to the image here. Let's see here.
So how we can do it now? We will measure in the hospital, and what made you to call me to come? And what do you want?
All right, so let's get into the real part here now, right?
Okay. Today I'm grateful.
All right, let's get to the real part here. You got a story now. Let's get to the real part.
Ready? The condition. God bless.
All right, this is the gentleman here. This gentleman here is not feeling well, as you can see here. That's the gentleman right here.
Anyway, I really want to go to combine the society so that I can do better things for the society. Oh, I have the hand. Yeah, to do anything. I'm so weak every day. It's just why I got to get the media.
So now,
anyway,
I just want to show you what the guy is suffering from here, guys, so you can take a look at it. All right, let's.
Let me say you not fine. The next day you try, so
they said you think around. So weak every.
Yes, he said. So we going to just this for me anything.
Now watch the part of the video here, guys. Watch the part here. Watch this part.
To just move a bit more. Okay. So we coming to you will open it. It's because the way you're looking at. But I even know what I can even strong to look there, but I just have to look at people at the contact already. So the serious my people very, very serious. Very, very serious. So please take the close up. Like that's it. Show me where it is. Okay.
So watch the man condition, folks. Watch the man condition.
Take your time.
Watch the man condition, folks. Pay attention to this.
Yeah.
You see that man condition there?
You see?
All right. You see a condition right there?
So it not get big until.
All right. So let me stop the video there. All right. Let me stop the video there. All right. What the lawmaker often tell you guys. What they often tell you guys. Let's go back to the video again. What the lawmaker they often tell you guys. Let's go back there. All right. Let's go back to the video again. Let's go back to the video. For me, I like to be very practical. I love to be practical. Let's go back to the video now again and listen to the lawmaker them again. All right. Let's listen to them here again. Listen to them.
I would say, but there are some hanging fruits. Now, say will be kept, be synthesized to make sure that will create and give an environment that will give us the opportunity to do laboratory work.
Okay. You had the man, right? To give all the opportunity to do the laboratory people work. Every lawmaker you ask, they will tell you, say, to do the laboratory people work, to do the laboratory people work. You got a laboratory guy over there. His honyo has grown so big that it's coming outside now, he cannot walk. But yet instead, they're telling you they're doing the laboratory people work. All right? So, this is what I said on the post here. All right? This is what I said on the post here. All right? As you can see, the post is right here. All right? So, this is what I said on the post right here. Let me blow it off for you guys. All right? This is what I wrote on the post here. All right? Right here. This is what I wrote on the post. So let's check what I wrote on the post here. All right? This is what I wrote on the post here. So I saw the post, and this is what I wrote here. All right? I said, what happened to the lawmakers that these people voted for? We often hear them saying, it is about the people. Please don't take my comment personally. Right? And you have been hearing them. And this guy belongs to one of the districts, right? Now, listen to what they all say here. Let's read down here. Let's look at all the replies here. All right? Look what the other one said here. Oh, J. Randy, do not bring political talk here. We are talking about him being left. Then you commenting such as, if you are not able to help, just pass, okay? Hallelujah. So, all right. You see that? You see that? Do you think the Labrampo deserve that? But wait, hear what somebody say here too. Let me hear what they say here too. All right? Let me hear what they said. Let's go through that again. Let's go through that. Let's go through that here, folks. Let's go through that. Let's go through that. Then the next person right here says, all right, Che, my brother, why say things like this now? We are talking about human life here. All right? Somebody else here say, all right, this is not about lawmaker. It is about saving life. Really? Oh, I know. All right. Then somebody came out here too and said, all right, they are asking every Liberian, not lawmaker. Oh, really? All right. Then here, all right, you really seems to be frustrated. Okay, we know the other one here too. And then the other guy said, Jay Rennie, politics have taken over this guy. Okay. All right, cool. I like that. All right. So, more comments here. All right. So, let's go through here. As you can see here, there were more comments and comments over here. All right. Now, you tell me here, folks. So, these people believe that they must just vote for the lawmakers. And when something happens, then they come to you. Why it is true, I feel sorry for that man. These people are telling you, when you in America, in Europe, and tell them, say, vote for the person, they're not going to listen to you. They will go and vote for the people because they know that their situation will always be brought to the public. But what is the role of the lawmakers? What is the role of the lawmakers? What is the role of the lawmakers? I want you to think about that. What is the role of the lawmaker? What is the role of the lawmaker? They often say that we represent the people. So what part of the people's life are you representing? Is it the political interest? Is it the political interest? I mean, let's be real here, folks. Let's be real. When you in a advanced country and something happened to you, how often do you go to the politician? You see, until our people got to realize that the politician will only put themselves first after they use our people. And then when our people get in problem, then they come to you to spend your money to help them. You think you're going to change the politician? If we don't understand what these people are doing to our people and to help our people understand, you will be on the thing until you get old and die. Nothing will change in our country. Nothing will change. You only be wasting your time. You will help. The day you get old or something happens that you can't make it, your children who got a passion will start helping, and one day they will get tired too. And that will just be a natural phenomenon of our people back home. They will think that the politicians are supposed to do things for them. No, politicians are supposed to go out there and make law. What are some of the law? Well, create a law that provides pre-health care examination. Every district should have some pre-health care examination, where young people will be going to the hospital to go and have their blood work done so that they can prevent any eventuality. That should be a law. So when the guy say, oh, we represent the people, well, what part of the people are they representing? What part of the people are they representing? That's what I want to understand. So when I pose the question, people want to get mad, don't bring your politics talk here. All right. I'm just asking questions, folks. I am just asking questions. That's all I'm doing. Challenging the message that people say, oh, we are here for the people. We are here for the people. All right? That's why it is. That's why it is. I'm just asking questions. So that's all I'm doing, folks. So that's the question I'm just asking, yeah? I don't want people to come get something with me here. But for me, I will always ask a tough question. I will ask a tough question all the time. Yes, I will ask a tough question. That's just me. I will always ask a tough question. You don't like it, it's up to you. Yes, if you don't like it, it's up to you. You can get mad all you want. It's up to you. I will always ask a tough question. All right? I will always ask a tough question. All right, let me see. Somebody else say, thank you so much, brother. All right, let's see here. So let me see what the other person say here. All right, direction. Okay, come, let me see. All right, so I want you to read what the other Eddie guys say here, right? Let me just show you what the other Eddie guys say here. All right, let me just show you one of the response of Eddie here. All right, so somebody came and made a very good comment here. Let's go back there to the comment there too. There are some people who are learning here, and I really appreciate it here, right? All right, this is why our country not going nowhere, because people just believe that they should be used by other people. So going through the comments here, this guy came right here, right? This guy came here, all right, this guy they call Michael J. Morba. He said, this guy did not speak I mean, this guy did not spoke. And I just read it as it is written here. This guy did not spoke in the direction that many of you thinking. All right. If I may, all right, get him correctly. All right. So this guy, all right, this is what he's saying here now. He is simply trying to say that the leaders of our town, villages, community, district, all right, district and counties are very wicked. They only come around when it is election time. But he is not saying people should not help our dear brother. I came in peace. You see that? So this guy, all right, this guy is addressing the Eddie guy down here, all right? He addressing this guy right here. So this is Moba here, all right? Moba is being addressed by this guy here they call Eddie. Eddie is calling on Moba, who said, oh, do not bring political talk here. Because Mark J. Moba, all right, is somebody that is not really understanding what it means to have a representative. And you know, so thanks to Eddie here, who called on Mike and tried to explain. Now, here is what Eddie acknowledged from Mike. All right, he said, I understood him. My point was not the right time for such comment. Okay, all right. So he is saying, I understand why you're saying. All right, I understand why you say, but it's not the right time. When will he be the right time? When the guy died now, then the lawmaker will come and say, okay, family, you lost your somebody the last time. Yes, 6 back or red, 5 back or red, because election time coming around now, right? So he brings 6 back or red, 4 carton of fish, then election time coming, then they go and vote for him. That's not what we want. We want Liberians to hold their lawmaker accountable. When somebody tells you, I'm representing the people, let not just that be a worry. So you see, from the community of our people to the leaders, they both don't understand their mindset. One, in some way, does, and that's the lawmakers. They know that they are lying and fooling the people just to get rich. That's all they're doing. If you think this conversation is all to A, come and listen to the next one here, folks. Come and listen to the next one here, folks. Check this one out here. Check this one out. All right? This one will put the icing on the cake. This one will put the icing on the cake. Check this one out. All right? Check this one out here. It's from OK FM. Check it out. And listen to the drama here. Check this one out here. Are you ready for the drama? Let's go. Let's do it.
Here, and I will read it, and then I'll get to Representative Romeo Quia to authenticate as to whether he is.
So there's a guy they call Romeo Quia, all right? He supports Fonati Kofa from the beginning. But he has a message for you guys, all right? They often say it's about our people. Listen, oh, your video you just watched, the comment I expressed, is going to be tested in this conversation here. Listen again, people.
Here, and I will read it, and then I'll get to Representative Romeo Quia to authenticate as to whether he is the author of what I'm about to read, or probably is just another Facebook stuff. I see this, and I will get to him very, very, very shortly to find out whether he is the one. From the office of Honorable Thomas Romeo Quia, Representative Sino District 1, transition to the majority bloc. My allegiance remains firmly with the people I represent and the cause of justice and progress. After much reflection and consultation with my family, constituents, and other stakeholders, I believe that this move is necessary to ensure I can continue to advocate effectively for their welfare and contribute meaningfully to the legislative and governance processes of my country. I wish to assure my constituents and all stakeholders that my commitment to serve with integrity and dedication remains unwavering. I am confident that this transition will allow me to play a more impactful role in addressing the challenges our nation faces in fostering unity, development, and progress. My decision to transition to the majority bloc should not be misinterpreted as a move driven by personal interest or inducement. In light of the issues surrounding Richard Combs versus Fonati Kofa case and the subsequent Supreme Court ruling, this decision stems from a firm conviction that our actions as leaders must prioritize the national interest above partisan loyalists or loyalties. This is a nationalistic move aimed at upholding justice, strengthening democratic principles, and advancing the greater good of our country. I remain committed to serving with integrity and patronizing or prioritizing the interests of our people. Let me reach out to Representative Quia.
All right, so guys, this guy just read one of the representatives that supported Fonati Kofa because he had already flipped. So this guy you see here, Clarence Jackson, just read that guy released information that he is now crossing carpet from the Fonati Kofa block to the Richard Combs block. And the first thing that was mentioned in that communication to the public through Facebook is about our people. That's why they often say it's about people. But every time you will find our people posting here and there and asking for the public help, I have to say that they got no representative, they got nobody who they voted for, nobody care for them, they are abandoned, they have no representation, right? But that's not the case. Every district where people reside has a representative, right? Now, let's listen to the real guy because Clarence Jackson decided to follow up on that public communication from the representative Quia, and he was lucky and got to talk to this guy. Now, listen to this guy, folks. Y'all don't know your country will not be better until 2065. Listen to this guy here.
I want to find out from him as to whether this is actually coming from him. He has gone to the majority bloc. So this communication is supposed to be from his office, purportedly from his office. So the fair thing to do is to reach out to him because Romeo Quia is not in Pluto. He right here. We can reach out to him. Yep. Coming up shortly, Samuel Chuchudin will be here as our guest. But let's open the lines. Let's hear a few concerns from some Liberians. Then we can move on. I think Representative Quia is here.
All right. So he is about to speak with Representative Quia. And folks, again, listen. They will not let you down. You are going to hear is about the people. Let's listen.
Good morning.
Yeah, Clarence, good morning.
Good morning, Representative Romeo Quia. How are you? How are you doing this morning?
Well, I'm doing good by His grace. You know, every day about the sovereign is a blessed day, so I'm blessed.
Okay, so I see a communication making rounds on Facebook. Something seems to be coming from your office, and the best thing to do is to call you because you're right here in Monrovia. Did you write any communication from your office on your Facebook page telling the country and your constituents that you have crossed over to the majority bloc?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so the letter is as clear as it is. So you say you did that not because of any inducement, because of personal interest, but because you want to continue to work for your constituents, you remain committed to upholding the dignity and blah, blah, blah. Others say the embattled speaker is still in court. Others think he's on the side of the law. Most of you have said you were on the side of the law. Is your coming to the majority bloc now not against the law?
Well, it's in the interest of the people of Liberia.
But I know you to be somebody that can get short answers.
Yeah, again, folks. It's in the interest of the people of Liberia. And you keep hearing it? All right, let's go again.
So, Papi. I know you to be somebody that can explain very well about their responses. I just short though.
And so certainly, you know, and it is good to respond to questions and don't give questions that may be, you know, a platform to talk more. But I think my decision was calculated. I think it's something that I thought of, it's something that I've consulted, and it's something that I feel that is the interest of the law.
Okay. Now, final question, because I don't want to hold you long. Is it true that in recent days, you people had a meeting with the incumbent, not the incumbent, the embattled Speaker Kofa, and you people told him to leave the stage and
legal, and luminary in this country, and he knows exactly that the situation I wish we are right now, nobody knows how long it goes for. We've been talking, even up to 2 days ago, we had a meeting, and almost everybody is coming back, but the way and manner in which it's been contemplated, I think it provides for any one of us to take the way we want to take it. But I don't think Kofa is holding on to enough, relinquishing power. And Kofa feels that he needs to be given the platform, to either generate himself or get a platform that then will make the people of this country to know what he stands for. As we stand now, it has become a little bit prolonged, and the bit of information was filed to the Supreme Court about 2-3 weeks ago. To date, nobody knows where it stands, and we think that we need to work for the people of this country. I got elected by the people of stand up after several trials to do the people's work, and then when the platform is looking well, then I think it's imperative that I do that.
Okay.
That what we did, Clarence.
Final question. At this point, this may sound comical, but it's serious. Who do you recognize as the Speaker of the House of Representatives?
Who do I recognize? Is the president that the government says is the Speaker of the country?
Who is that president?
Who do you think it is?
What do you think?
You tell me.
You speak out. You are a member of that honorable body. I am not.
I think my action and my communication speaks volume.
We want to get your voice.
So this is my voice, Clarence. I'm with the bloc that is working in this country, and with the bloc that is now making determination as to where the country go politically, and with the bloc that is now being recognized internationally. That's where I am.
Headed by who as a speaker?
Headed by who is in Ghana.
Who is he?
And you tell me.
You know him.
Well, you do too.
He is your colleague.
All of them are my colleagues.
The two persons are in Ghana. Fonati Kofa is in Ghana. Rachel Kun is in Ghana. Whom are you referring to?
Well, today I'm not saying communication from the Speaker of the Ghanaian Parliament, to attend the conference, to attend the event.
What does that mean?
Move forward. This country has to move forward.
But no, we're moving forward. We're moving forward. The reason why I call you because I didn't want to speculate on that communication. So I call Honorable Thomas Romeo Quia, and he is speaking. But he just needed to be as clear as possible so we can move forward. Whom are you?
So because parents have not seen the communication that the parents Speaker Kopa, I've not seen it. I had no idea at some point in time that he was to go to Ghana. He was invited. I didn't see that communication, so I can't speak to its authenticity. But I think I saw a communication from the Speaker of the Ghanaian Parliament inviting Rachel Kun and others. I did see that, so I'm speaking to what I saw. I can't speak to what I didn't see.
But in that communication, the Ghanaian Parliament Speaker is referring to Rachel Kun as the Right Honorable Speaker. Do you agree with the Ghanaian Parliament Speaker that Rachel Kun is your Speaker?
I was not part of the decision that generated that invitation.
So who is the Speaker?
So get me right. I just said that then I didn't have the occasion of seeing and Speaker Kofa and invitation. I did see the one that came from the Ghanaian Speaker inviting Moko as Speaker of the Liberian government to attend the inauguration of the new president.
The reason why I'm still asking you is you are referring to Fonati as the speaker, but you were not invited, and you're referring to Rachel Kun as Honorable Rachel Kun. So you have already left and you are gone on the majority side presided over by Rachel Kun. Why are you not clear as to who do you personally recognize as the speaker?
So let me explain my discussion. I did not invite Rachel Kun, now invite Brandi Kofa. Communication that came to this country.
Yeah, when I draft speaker from Fonati Kofa Heno, he said Fonati Kofa now.
But I also say Rachel Kun too.
Okay. Representative Kuya, thank you so much for talking to us. Interesting people in an interesting country. All right, Samuel Chuchu Dean will come in very shortly. Let me just take a few calls, maybe 3, 4, then we let it go. Our guest is coming in very shortly. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, guys. So if I tell you guys that whenever 2065 people that brought be a better country, some of you guys that still want to live long to see a better Liberia, you kind of deny that. But I understand. It's because in your humanly mind, you want to see a better Liberia. But when you look at the people on the ground that's supposed to be thinking like you, they are not thinking like you. They're going to destroy that country. They will destroy that country. You see, I would say one honest thing to you guys here. There are many white people that do not trust black people. I'm being very firm here tonight. There are many white people that don't trust black people. They will always tell you, say, don't trust them. Why? Because they cannot be trusted. When you listen to this guy you just listen to, you will agree with me that there are some white people that say we cannot trust black people. Because this guy is purely lying right before your eyes. He is actually starving our rule of law in the back. Some of the key points he made. Oh, the government said that the speaker. Oh, so I thought we had 3 branches of government that operate separately. And because he's saying the government said that the speaker there, so that the speaker. Really? And they often say they do not for the Liberian people. Let me say anything to you guys, folks. I'm not lying to you guys. Any Liberian that having problem in our country, you got to go to your lawmaker first. And let me hear what your lawmaker will say before I can take my last penny and give it to you. Other than that, I'm not giving nobody money. I don't care who come on a platform here to watch me. You don't want to watch me, that's your goddamn business. In how much the lawmakers are making thousands and thousands of dollars, and people in their community are suffering. And then you want to bring somebody with a cell phone to come tell you, say, oh, the person not feeling well. When the lawmakers themselves don't even appreciate you doing what you're doing for the people. You go in our community right now and start doing good. Start putting in wells, opening school. That very lawmaker will come to you. And they will start telling the people in the community that man from America is looking for a job. But when they get in problem, then they come on the cell phone. Oh, that person's sick. Look, there are some times in life that you got to give people tough love. Tough love means telling them the truth. The way I see things now happening in Liberia, when you read the statement the other people are making, except for that one guy, oh, this is not politics time. So the people in their mind, they feel that voting is just a regular thing to do that got no benefit. Oh yeah, we just go vote, then we'll go sit down. Then we'll have problems, then we'll call the people who got money to come help us. That tells me that our voter education is below kindergarten when it comes to the people understanding. They don't know that lawmakers are supposed to be making laws about their well-being in addition to the economy and other aspects of their lives. So they don't see the need of having a community clinic where they can go and do maybe annual or biannual checkup to see their well-being. They don't believe in that. So you listen to the lawmaker here. He said he's doing it for the people. And the man is trying to ask you, which side do you take? He cannot say it because he wants the chicken and the egg. And you cannot have both. But I stand strongly, folks. When by 2065, when you see a better Liberia, we will not see a better Liberia. All these guys got to die. All of them, they got to die. All of them got to go. These guys are cursed to the country. And I don't blame them, but I will tell them the truth. These guys became victims of the colonial system that deprived them of opportunity. Nevertheless, they got the opportunity, but they are trying to squander it for themselves and leaving the people in. That's why they're not even thinking. Unless somebody had just given them a script. When you go out there, they put there anything, just say it's for the people. We are here to do the people job. Somebody wrote that thing for them. It's not themselves saying it. They memorize that thing. We are doing it for the Liberian people. Because if you truly believe by saying that it's for the Liberian people, think about you as a mom of the home or the father as the head of the house. When you say, I'm doing the thing for my children, you know what your children need, right? And you know what to do. Now, think about a lawmaker who went in a community and asked the people, you vote for me, I will represent you. But when people in those communities are facing challenges, they don't do it. But when one lawmaker gets sick, what happened? They put them on the plane. The first stop is in Ghana. The second stop is in India. Because nowadays they can't come to America with heavy stack of money now. Because the people start asking them where they're getting the money from, and they could be charged with money laundering. So they go to India now. But they will not see that guy you just saw over there. The moment they saw that, they say, oh, Representative XYZ just came to the community, they now send that man to Ghana. If I start seeing those things happening in the community, I will be cheering. By the time somebody can say, oh, I got 6 children, I got no parent, next thing I know, representative there, put thousands of dollars in that person's account. Say, yes, this is for food stamp, this is for this. Somebody come and say, oh yeah, this is happening to me. Representative go there and does what he does best. I will zip my mouth. You yourself, you will say for J. Randy, I mean, anytime the people come up with problem, the representatives are there to help them. So what are you going against their statement that say we represent the people? But those things are yet to be seen. So it just tell me that why it is true that we live in the 21st century, Liberia is 100 years behind. We are behind in everything. We are illiterate in most of the things, including voter education. We are not ready for the voting that we have. Our people have not truly understood the basic of voting in an election or voting for a candidate. We are like a 2-year-old child that is sitting there in a high school room that don't understand. They can only see things, and people tell them, say, go do it, they go do it. Do it the way they go there. They get in the paper, they say, yeah, go put it in our body, put it there. That's how we are in our election. Our people don't even understand what it means to vote on issue that support them and that protects them. They don't understand. And I'm looking at how long it would take, because we have so many generations of our people in our country. So I'm projecting from now to 2065. By 2065, that when I believe, strongly believe, that Liberia will become a better country. The change to stop that illiteracy bleeding is easy. But who is willing now to do that? You're looking at lawmakers there who said they believe in the law from the beginning. Then the other man saying, oh, the Supreme Court wasting time. I have to say that he doesn't know how the Supreme Court operates. You see, most of these guys you see in the National Legislature, in the House of Senate, they don't have long left to live. So they are only fighting for the little period of time they got to live. That's why they're doing all those things. The average age in Liberia to live is 63 for men. So most of the guys in the 50s, 60s, they know they're coming to die very soon. So they're not going to be fighting on behalf of the Liberian people. They are fighting on behalf of themselves. That is the saddest thing. But their life expectancy could increase. And you know how it could increase? If they provide means to create some type of healthy environment, they will live long. If they stop the pollution, they put in a red program in place and start to eat good food and start to breathe in a better environment, their life expectancy will increase. But they don't care about those things. All they want just to put quick money in their pocket. That's what's happening. There were times that people were not living longer in other countries. But their lawmaker then came and worked with a professional class of people, and they decided to protect their environment and also ensure the safety of their food and other places and other things. That's why they're living long. But in Liberia, we care less. We care less about these things. So guys, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. All right. This is J. Randy here. So this year again, nothing going to be gained from Liberia. I don't like to be negative. I'm a guy who is very positive. But when I see behavior that kind of search itself in a negative way, I will say things. You know, I often see people going to Masurado County, opening things. Whatever you do in Masurado County, it's just a penny dropping in the bucket. If I want to see people making progress in terms of development, I want to see people building things in Riverside County. I want to see people building things in River G County. I want to see people building things in Bapolu County. I want to see people building things in Sino, Cape Man, those remote counties that are yet to see a 7 or 8-story building. That's where I want to see development. But everybody that live around, they go right to Masurado County and they put structure down. Then people put in the news, oh, that's the man doing that kind of thing here. Moravia has gotten enough. So the development you're carrying on over there, unless they want to tell you and I that Moravia is Liberia. All right? But we want to see the expansion of development. The reason people cannot go to the other counties is because there is no lively and acceptable standard of living. So they can't go there. If they go there, something happens to them, they don't have the requisite hospital to go to. All right? If they go to Bogonti, something happens to them, they will die there. If they go to River G, something happens to them, they will die there. So what they do? They stay right in Moravia where they have access to flying to Ghana quickly or other part of the world. Then to be waiting River says, something happens to you, you die right there. So those kind of so selective development people carry out in Moravia is going to stagnate. It's going to slow down. It's going to stall the development process in our country. Look at where Boga went the future. We show you the old picture. What has changed after all those years? Absolutely nothing. Nothing has changed in our country. We saw the two pictures, right? One from the 70s and one from the 21st century. They both look the same. So until people start carrying development in those places, that's when you see development expansion. But you can build anything in our Masurado perimeters. It means nothing. The Congo people came out, they developed Masurado County, University of Liberia to be called Liberia University. The name Liberia was only for Masurado County where the Congo people stopped. But people just decided to expand on that. It's a shame. I'm picking back, I saw that photo from the University of Liberia. We discussed that. Like I said, I got so many videos that I had to streamline. So give me time, we'll look at that video. But that university, that entire university, that whole place needs to be demolished. It needs to be demolished. That building you see over there with all the residue on that building is unfit for any occupancy. That building, in my opinion, still has lead pin and if possible some asbestos material in there. And the only thing they can do for that building is to demolish that building and build a new one. But they're not going to do it. They're going to take a cheaper approach by scraping that wall and painting over the asbestos paint. The lead paint, and they're going to put people in that building. And only by one day, when the natural disaster hit, that when that building will collapse. But I cannot, and in no shape and form, allow anybody to go to attend school. All the buildings on that University of Liberia campus, that entire building need to be taken down. Every one of them need to be destroyed. All right? Destroyed. They all need to be destroyed. LU is not a the University of Liberia on our Capitol Hill, it has lost its integrity when it comes to academics. It has lost its inhabited or occupancy qualities when it comes to human habitating human inheriting a place to live. It has degraded its infrastructure standard. Nothing. Even when you look at the sanitation of the campus, if you look at the landscape of the campus, nothing makes sense over there. But you know why? The high level of illiteracy in our country is the reason we see how things happening. The way the society of our people today in Liberia, the level of illiteracy, that's how kind of bringing in the lawmakers, who when you listen to, you shake your head. That's how when you see how the government official behaving, when you read some of the article, you shake your head. That's why you see how someone like Joe Parker got elected. Then you shake your head and wonder why. Because the people in the country who are in charge of voting, they are now uneducated, they are ignorant, they are not lettered, so they don't understand anything significant about the reason why they vote. And therefore, they will produce the kind of people you see. You know, somebody often say, when you go anywhere, the way you see things are done in a particular place that you're visiting. That's how the people think. So when you go to China and see the way the people behaving, that's how the Chinese people think. If you go to Great Britain and see how the people behaving, you go to Canada, the United States, the way you see the society behaving, that's how their leader and people think. So when you go to Liberia and you see lawmakers driving opposite lane, people issuing travel license with all proper procedures, that's how the society think. So when they bring these people into power, and you from the far look inside and say, geez, what are you guys doing? That's how the people think. For Liberia, our major problem is illiteracy. Then followed by the rest. The lack of cognitive and logical thinking and understanding to analyze things. How can you vote for somebody but the person is not giving you any provision? How can lawmakers say, I represent the people, but when the people are catching hard time, he doesn't look back, only during campaign time? They talking tonight, it's not going to solve the problem. They talking tomorrow, it's not going to solve the problem. I strongly believe that only by 2065, before Liberia and the generation at that time will start to do things like the people in Rwanda, in Ghana, in Morocco, the country will start to look like those countries by the year 2065. Because the generation from now to 2060, they are going to destroy that country for a long period of time. And the only way 2065 will start to become a better country, most of us will be dead and gone by then. It will be a new generation that will be driven by technology that will start to open the eyes of the Liberian that will be existing at that time. But I hope that some of you guys will be around to say, yes, there's a guy they call J. Randy. I don't care how old you are. I pray to God that he gave you that brain, that you remember. He said, yes, there used to be a guy they called J. Randy. He always said that only by 2065. And then you sit down there and say, yes, J. Randy, I don't know where you are, but boy, you were right. Boy, you were right. Some of you guys will say that. I can guarantee you. You will see the difference. And you will see what I'm telling you about. You say, yes, J. Randy were right. Until then, guys, have yourself a pleasant night. We'll reconvene again. All right? Enjoy yourself. Bye. All right. All right, guys. Hello there to everyone. This is a rush delivery for you guys here. So I'd like to say hello to every one of you guys and join me here quickly here. Let's do the, excuse me. Let us do the rush delivery here. Yeah, this is our rush delivery. So I'm not going to take too much time. We are not going to analyze we're not going to analyze what his name, Mr. Coleman interview. We might do that tomorrow. But what I wanted to go over with you guys this evening, because we are pressed with time, especially those on the East Coast, is to just talk a little bit here about the newly elected president or the newly appointed president of the University of Liberia. Yeah, the expectation that I would like to bring to your attention that we all need to look at and see what we can do to monitor her. The University of Liberia is very, very challenged at the time of our country history, from infrastructure to logistics to the academic curriculum, as well as the staff and supporter of the University of Liberia. All right. Dr. Leila is not stranger to me. She and I share one of the universities that I attended in the United States. Yes, the same school that she graduated from, one of the schools having to be my alma mater. And not because of that I'm supporting her here today. I believe in academics because with all my curiosity for academics, I don't believe I will be here today. So irrespective of my disagreement with Mr. Boyka, I am looking forward to seeing Dr. Leila performance at the University of Liberia. She is going into a very tough and rough environment. As many of you guys may know, the institution has been politicized, has been politicalized. That's one thing she's going to struggle with. The mind of the young people are not fixated on academic research. Most of the time, the students on the campus believe that radicalism is the way to get answers to some of the challenges they have. Dr. Leila is coming from an environment that is very structured, where people channel their grievances through individual representation or institutional representation. Unlike this environment, she's going to be in a very uncharted, unstructured environment, and I will hope that her presence in Liberia will not be a regret, but an opportunity to change things around. So today, I'm just here to outline what I believe are some of the expectations that I will be hoping to see from Dr. Leila, and to see how she can reshape the mind and behavior of the young people in Liberia. This is one of the toughest jobs in the country. If you ask me, to academically reshape the mind of the institution, redefine what an academic institution is supposed to be, and students who are going there, how they're supposed to be refined when they get outside. Excuse me there. So I would like to share a few things with you guys as it relate to that. All right. So those are things I'm going to be covering here today. I just saw my sister here sitting here, and I would like to welcome her here to the show. I'm going to set this topic today, and as time go by, we will monitor Dr. Leila, I think it's Leila. We'll monitor her activities over time, but I want to set the basics today since it's the beginning of the year. It's very good because as we make progress throughout this year, by God's grace, whatever happened at the University of Liberia, whatever we are going to say here tonight, will be something that we'll always reference and say, well, we said this, we said this, we said that. All right. Another thing that we're going to be talking about here tonight too is the issue of the Capitol building. In 2024, this is how we left the Capitol building. This is the condition of the Capitol building. Prior to that event, part of 2024 and prior year, this was the Capitol building. Now, for me, I'm a strong believer of 40 to 50 years from now. I believe, and we're going to talk about this, by 2065, I strongly believe by 2065, this is the kind of Capitol building that I am going to discuss here today. Whatever you see in a computer simulation of our Capitol building for the future, this kind of structure, security, and all measure in place, I strongly believe when we have such an institution that is well protected like this, the issue of somebody burning something would become a very, very low risk. So while it is true that Liberians are not thinking ahead in majority, some of us here will be thinking ahead to make sure that you guys understand these things here. So we have to make the prediction so that when the time comes, people can say, yes, somebody said it. And that's how we were trained in this country to be very, very productive, to think way ahead and to schedule things ahead. So I would like to say hi to every one of you guys. Thank you for joining me here. This platform is here to stay. This platform is here to educate you. Most of the things you learn here, trust me, when you start to apply them in your real life, in the at your place of work, people will be amazed to see how you coming along with the kind of idea and the kind of conversation, especially to solve problems. More people will be, very, very attractive to you, because what we do here are things that are very, very measured here. So let's start the ball here, because let me see the time here. I'm very pressed here. All right, I'm trying to get out of here hopefully by 11:30. I want to do that by 11:30. I want to get out of here. So let's set the ball in motion. Share the video and relax, and let's go through this. Hi, how you doing there, Brother Jacob? So here we have Dr. Leela. All right, she is expected to be. She is the newly appointed president of the University of Liberia. Now, you and I know that the university is very, very challenged in getting things done. We know very well that the university is very, very challenged in getting things done. So what are my expectations here? I want to take you on a quick drive for us to understand what will be the expectation of this lady here. All right, so let's start the ball rolling here. I firstly would like to congratulate her for taking on the very huge task. Anyone who's going to be the president of the University of Liberia is going to have one of the biggest work in our country. Since 1989, we went into 14 years of civil war. We came out. We went back again in early 2000, and then we came out. By 2005, we had our first democratic election. We had many people coming to our country to help us to redevelop. While it is true that people put money into our institution and other sectors of our government, we still see today our country, the face of our country, the interaction of our people, the approach, the problem solving our people have today is so backward that when you look at things, you ask yourself, am I still in a dream, or am I living in a country, or am I seeing things that are happening in my country? I have to say that I am, or we are living in the 21st, in the 19th century, not the 21st century. Liberia, at a present stage, there are things happening in the country that almost look like we are living in the 1900s. Liberia, the things that happen in our country is almost like we are 100 years behind. Like this is 2025, things that happen in Liberia is almost like we're living in 1925 instead of 2025. That's how backward things are in our country. But we are here to make sure that we bring people back into the current state of our country. And the way to do that is for us to have the conversation, discuss these things here, and see how best we can help each other to understand our country. I know that we are challenged. Not many people will be willing to come and listen here because their mind has already been made up not to agree to things that we say. And, but over time, they will eventually come along. So those of you who are here, my only ask to you guys is to share the video tonight, and always share the video when you come on the page here, because we need to educate our people. Our people are not too advanced when it comes to the knowledge here. So again, let's look at Dr. Leela. All right, what do you expect of this lady here? Well, here are a few things that I, over the years have had experiencing. She's coming to a new position. All right, she is coming without an external experience dealing with African university. It's not on her resume. She has not done anything like that. But before I go to her, let me just speak to the issue of Dr. Francine. I would have loved to see Dr. Francine taking the leadership at the University of Liberia. But the reason I differ with Dr. Francine is because Dr. Francine exhibited some unethical behavior by sitting on the show with Mr. Stanton Witherspoon. That to me showed that Dr. Francine did not really, she underestimated the issue of having integrity. All right, Dr. Francine was with the other guys who left the show after Mr. Witherspoon was allegedly indicted. The guy that left. And it is my understanding that they wanted for Mr. Witherspoon to completely leave the show because of what he was facing. But he decided to stay on, and some of the guys decided to protect their character by leaving the show, and which they did. But Dr. Francine stayed on. And Dr. Francine, as someone who is part of the academic community, who's supposed to bring people into standard of doing things, who's supposed to mentor, who's supposed to teach, guide, counsel people, she let her guard down and decided to sit with a guy who has a very bad criminal record. So someone like Dr. Francine being shortlisted to be president of the University of Liberia, I found that very, very challenging, because Dr. Francine don't know when to quit or when to be very passive when she's doing anything. So I felt that the decision at that time was something that Dr. Francine should not take on, and I'm glad that she was not given that opportunity. You see, in life, my fellow Liberian, many of you guys who are very young and want to seek better, greener pastures, you have to be very careful in your life where society finds you. You have to understand that people will judge you based on your character. People will measure your performance based on decisions that you make. People will observe, people will react, and people will speak. So if you are in life, you got to know what is your passion and what are the limitations for your passion. And I believe that Dr. Francine got consumed on that Spoon Network because of the popularity from the Liberian people. She found that very pleasing, and she found that very rewarding. She was happy with it, so she decided to follow that through. And in the end, it became a problem for her. And today, she is not president of the University of Liberia. That is over now for her. She is now into another chapter of her life. All right. So now that we have this new president of the University of Liberia, here are things that I would like to present to you guys here today. Number one, I am going to be expecting from Dr. Leela a very clear vision and transparent leadership. That's number one. Number two, I am going to be expecting from the new president of the University of Liberia a focus on academics and research. Many of our universities in the country are not research university. And that's why we keep seeing things like mosquitoes, things like dirty water, and you name all those things that other countries have improved upon. We don't have those things because the people who are driving our institution, they are not into research, they are not into academics. If you think that the water we're drinking here today that is so safe, if you think it is just an institution like a water company that came up with a safe drinking water, then you are seriously mistaken. University students in this country who are involved with research, every year students and their professors are working on different issues in this country to improve the living standard of the people. And the way to do that is they involve themselves with research. What are the food we eat? What are the things, like when you're on TikTok, most of the time they will tell you, say, don't eat the food yet, don't do this, don't do that. Most of the information are coming out of research institutions, including universities that are involved with research. That's one thing I always tell Liberian students: when you come to this country, you might want to find a research university. Research university helps a lot. Today in Kenya, most of the artificial intelligence, the AI software, are being tested in Kenya. Kenya has so many research universities that organizations, companies are outsourcing their research work to Kenya, and the young students there are engaging through those opportunities from the university they attend. They get on the different board to conduct themselves into research. So I am looking to see Dr. Lila create an academic and research focused university. Is it going to be easy? No, but I would like to see that in her plan. The third thing that I would like to see her doing too has to do with transparency and communication. I am looking forward to her opening a clear communication. And we'll talk about that too.